History of the Labor Movement in the United States. Volume 6 I. Labor in World War I, 1914 to 1918. By Philip S. Foner. International. Copyright 9. Contents. Preface 1. The Socialist Party and World War I. From Outbreak to U.S. Entrance. What kind of war? 1. The European Socialists capitulate. 2. The reaction of American Socialists. 3. Socialists on the cause of the war. 4. America must end the war. 5. The Socialist Party anti-war manifesto. 7. How to keep out of the war. 8. Left-wing proposals. 10. The Lusitania sinks. 11. The Socialist Party peace program. 11. The debate on preparedness. 13. The election of 1916. 17. Analysis of election results. 21. U.S. breaks relations with Germany. 22. Reaction of the Socialist Party. 24. Proposals for a general strike. 26. The February Revolution in Russia. 27. Position of the pro-ally Socialists. 28. Call for emergency national convention. 29. U.S. declares war. 30. The St. Louis Convention. 31. Departure of pro-war socialists. 35. Weaknesses of the Socialist Party's anti-war stand. 37. 2. Organized labor and World War I, 1914-1915. The cause of World War I. 40. Labor for strict neutrality. 41. Gompers begins to vacillate. 42. The 1914 AFL Convention. 44. The 1914 IWW Convention. 46. Labor's peace activities in 1915. 46. Labor's National Peace Council. 50. Gompers and the munition strikes. 55. The Friends of Peace. 57. The collapse of Labor's National Peace Council. 59. The 1915 AFL Convention. 62. Ix 140. 3. Organized labor and preparedness. Gompers endorses preparedness. 64. Labor advocates of preparedness. 66. Labor opposition to preparedness. 67. Labor's anti-preparedness arguments. 68. The Preparedness Day parades. 72. The San Francisco Parade. 74. 4. The Mooney Billings Frame-Up Prelude to a Frame-Up. 78. Tom Mooney. 79. The Frame-Up. 82. The Pre-Trial Defense Appeal. 84. Billings sentenced. 84. California. Labor's indifference. 85. Labor begins to respond. 87. Mooney sentenced to death. 88. California Labor Acts. 90. Saving Mooney. 91. The Frame-Up continues. 94. 5. Labor's road to war. Keep out of war. 96. Gompers moves toward war. 99. Labor's position in peace or in war. 101. The blank check. 102. The Washington Labor Conference. 103. Labor's response to the declaration of war. 108. 6478966. The People's Council and the AALD. 112. Organizing the People's Council. 112. Formation of the AALD. 114. Alliance Propaganda. 117. Two National Conventions. 117. The 1917 AFL Convention. 121. Alliance Problems. 122. The Hillquit Mayoralty Campaign. 123. The Bolshevik Revolution. 123. The Alliance uses economic pressure. 124. Decline of the People's Council. 125. 7. Women and black workers in wartime industry. 126. Women flock into industry. 126. Performance of women workers. 128. Factors impeding women's work. 130. Discrimination against women workers. 133. Impact of the war on women workers. 135. Black workers enter industry. 139. Impact of the war on black women workers. 140. Black women suffer racism and sexism. 143. Restricted nature of black employment, 146. 8. The government's war labor program, 149. Some causes of labor discontent, 150. Gompers and the Council of National Defense, 156. The issue of compulsory military service, 159. The issue of strikes, 162. The Baker-Gompers Memorandum, 166. Some wartime strikes, 168. The President's Mediation Commission, 172. The National War Labor Board, 174. The Committee on Women in Industry, 177. The Women's Service Section of Railroad Administration, 179. The Women in Industry Service, 181. The Division of Negro Economics, 18610. Organized Labor and the Woman Worker, 197. The Government Requests Unions Admit Women, 197. Response to the request, 198. The AFL and Women Workers, 198. The Conductorettes versus the Amalgamated Association, 201. The Cleveland Conductorettes, 206. Detroit Prejudice, Kansas City Solidarity, 211. Other unions react to women workers, 213. The Telephone Operators, 215. Conclusion, 222. 11. Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 223. The Path Labor Should Follow, 223. The East Street Lewis Riot, 224. The AFL and the Black Worker, 227. Relations on the Local Level, 233. The Chicago Packing House Campaign, 234. Black Women and the Unions, 238. The Women Wage Earners Association, 239. Other Independent Black Unions, 242. Randolph, Owen, and the Messenger, 243. 12. IWW Organizing During the War, Lumber, 246. Early IWW Victories and Defeats, 146. A New Lease on Life, 248. Conditions in Lumber, 249. Strike of 1917 Begins, 251. Anti-IWW Terror, 253. Employers Refuse to Settle, 255. Intensified Anti-IWW Terror, 257. The Strike on the Job, 258. U.S. Army Breaks the Strike, 260. The 8-Hour Day Wins in Lumber, 261. 13. IWW Organizing During the War, Mining, 264. The AFL Fails Arizona Miners, 265. The IWW Bisbee Strike, 267. The Jerome Deportation, 269. The Bisbee Deportation, 271. Intervention by President Wilson, 276. The Federal Government Investigates, 278. Impact of Bisbee Deportations, 279. Tragedy and Conflict in Butte, 281. Lynching of Frank Little, 286. Miners Unionization Defeated, 289. 14. Wartime Repression. The IWW, 292. Nature of the Repression, 292. IWW Chief Target, 293. Anti-IWW Laws, 296. The Government Raids, 297. The Indictments, 299. IWW in the Draft, 301. The Government Sabotages the Defense, 304. The Chicago Trial, 306. The Verdict and the Sentences, 310. What Happened to IWW Archives, 313. Socialists' Tum Toward Support of the War, 315. The Attack on Socialists Begins, 317. Suppression of the Socialist Press, 318. Imprisonment of Kate Richards O'Hare, 321. Imprisonment of Anarchists, 323. Imprisonment of Ruthenberg, Wagenknecht, and Baker, 326. Black Anti-War Socialists, Randolph and Owen, 327. Persecution of Victor Berger, 329. Imprisonment of Eugene V. Debs, 331. A hung jury, 334. With neither logic nor reason, 335. The St. Louis majority remains intact, 337. 16. Labor at the war's end, 338. Increase in union membership, 338. Wartime wages, 340. Record of the War Labor Board, 340. The AFL in post-war reconstruction, 345. Labor's 14 points, 348. The AFL confronts the peace, 349. The AFL and European Peace Forces, 350. The Inter-Allied Socialist Conference, 352. Gompers boycotts Bern meeting, 354. The Commission on International Labor Legislation, 356. The AFL and the Versailles Treaty, 359. Conference of the ILO, 362. The AFL and the IFTU, 364. International Congress of Working Women, 365. International Federation of Working Women, 367. Preface. This is the 7th volume of my history of the labor movement in the United States, a series which represents the first multi-volume effort to encompass labor history since the publications by John R. Commons and Associates in 1918 and 1932, and certainly the first ever by a single scholar. The 6th volume of the series covered the years 1915-1916, and brought the story of the labor movement to the eve of America's entrance into World War I. Volume 7 begins with the position of the Socialist Party of America and organized labor, especially the American Federation of Labor, AFL, the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, and the Railroad Brotherhoods toward the outbreak of World War I in Europe in August 1914. It carries the story to America's entrance into the war in April 1917, the experiences of organized labor and the Socialist Party during the war, and ends with the situation of the labor movement at the end of the war in November 1918. Special attention, as in previous volumes, has been paid to the experiences of black and women workers. It was my original intention to include a discussion of the position of the labor and socialist movements toward U.S. imperialism and militarism from the turn of the century through the Mexican crisis of 1916. However, lack of space for its full treatment in this volume made this plan impractical. This material is being published as an independent volume by the Marxist Educational Press, Minneapolis. As in the case of the previous volumes, this work could not have been completed without the generous assistance of numerous libraries and historical societies. I am again indebted to Dorothy Swanson and her staff at the Tamiment Institute, Elmer Bobst Library, New York University, for kind assistance and cooperation. I also again wish to thank the staff of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin for assistance in the use of the archives of the American Federation of Labor. I also wish to thank the staffs of the Library of Congress, National Archives, New York Public Library, U.S. Department of Labor, Arthur and Elizabeth Schlesinger. Library on the History of Women in America, Radcliffe College, Bancroft Library. Cornell University, University of Virginia, Swarthmore College, Temple University, Haverford College, University of Pennsylvania, University of Maine. Orono, University of Chicago, Washington University, St. Louis, University of Washington, Seattle, Northwestern University, University of California, Berkeley. University of New Mexico, University of Arizona, Arizona State University. Claremont Graduate School, Wayne State University, University of Oklahoma. I also wish to thank the members of the library staff of the Langston Hughes Memorial Library, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania for assistance in obtaining materials through interlibrary loan from libraries, historical societies, and other institutions. Finally, I wish to thank my brother Henry Foner, who read the entire manuscript, helped prepare it for publication, and made valuable suggestions. Philip S. Foner, Professor Emeritus of History, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania. Chapter 1. The Socialist Party in World War I. From outbreak to U.S. entrance. What kind of war? In her prize-winning book, The Guns of August, Barbara Tuchman recounts how Europe's heads of state were astonished to discover that they were unable to stop the war momentum once the troop trains had begun rushing toward the frontier. At war's end, One of those responsible for the initial mobilization wondered of his counterpart on the other side, how did it all happen? His former enemy replied equally perplexed, if only one knew. 1. But there has never been a truly accidental war in history, least of all the First World War. For a generation, the great powers of Europe had scrambled for markets and raw materials, for control of trade routes and strategic bases, for railroad and mining franchises in the backward areas of the world, and for domination of peoples and the wealth of their lands. By 1914, most of the available world had been gobbled up, and as their rivalries grew more intense, the powers embarked on unprecedented programs of militarization and naval construction in preparation for the showdown. On June 28, 1914, the Crown Prince of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was assassinated in Sarajevo, Serbia. Austria-Hungary mobilized its forces and presented ultimatums, and Russia mobilized to thwart her rival for domination of the Balkan Peninsula. On July 28, Austria declared war on Serbia, a chain of alliances was set in motion, and by August 4, 1914, all the great powers in Europe were at war. That same day, President Wilson issued his official proclamation of neutrality. In the war, which ended on November 11, 1918, some 10 million soldiers were killed, an estimated 20 million more were maimed, crippled, burned, and wounded. 13 million civilians perished, 5 million were made war orphans, and there were 10 million war refugees. When the carnage was over, President Woodrow Wilson, in a rare flash of candor, told the truth. Wilson had been re-elected in 1916 on the slogan, "He kept us out of war," and had in April 1917 taken the United States into the war on the slogan that Americans should be fighting to make the world safe for democracy. But in 1919, touring the country to arouse support for the League of Nations project, he blurted out this revelation at the St. Louis Coliseum on September 5. "Is there any man here or woman, let me say, is there any child who does not know that the seed of war in the modern world is industrial and commercial rivalry?" Then he said explicitly, referring to the war just ended, this was a commercial and industrial war. It was not a political war. 2 inches this was a commercial and industrial war. For uttering this truth before and during the war as part of the fight for peace, thousands of Americans had been arrested and imprisoned as subversive, as foreign agents, and as unpatriotic. Among them were many of the leaders and members of the Socialist Party of America. The European socialists capitulate. During the hectic weeks of international negotiation preceding the outbreak of war, American socialists expressed the belief that the workers of any one country would refuse to take up arms against their comrades in other nations. Since the war had been brewing from the beginning of the century, its character had been analyzed and predicted at several international socialist congresses. There, it had been foretold that the big powers would come into conflict over the division of colonial areas and the reshuffling of spheres of economic influence and penetration. As far back as 1907, such a Congress in Stuttgart had resolved that if the war did come, the socialists shall take measures to bring about its early termination and strive with all their power to use the economic and political crisis created by the war to arouse the masses politically and hasten the overthrow of capitalist rule. This policy was reaffirmed unanimously in 1912 at a conference in Basel and was supposed to guide all participating socialist parties, including that of the United States. 3. However, with the exception of those in Italy and Russia, the various socialist parties of the warring countries ignored the resolutions adopted at previous congresses and yielded to the pressure of their ruling classes and to the propagandistic description of their war aims. The socialist leaders declared a truce in the class war and gave support to the bourgeois governments. Where before they had recognized predatory empires at home, they now saw only homelands and fatherlands to be defended. Each justified the support of its own ruling class in the war by invoking the necessity of defending its country against invaders. The vaunted Social Democratic Party in Germany, the largest, most influential, and regarded generally as the most advanced in Europe, capitulated most supinely. Of the 110 Socialist members in the Reichstag, only Karl Liebknecht voted against the war and the war budget. In each belligerent country, only minorities of the socialist leadership adhered to the socialist position. Of these, the largest and most influential were the Bolsheviks in Russia. 4. The reaction of American socialists. Some U.S. socialists, like Eugene V. Debs, condemned the war socialists in Europe as traitors to the working class, but more common was the tendency to excuse the majority socialists in Germany and the Allied powers for their support of the war. Thus, the Socialist Party's National Executive Committee declared, "We do not presume to pass judgment upon the conduct of our brother parties in Europe. We realize that they are the victims of the present vicious industrial, political and military system and that they did the best they could under the circumstances." When a member of the NEC from the state of Washington introduced a motion to condemn the conduct of the war socialists as unsocialistic and as a betrayal of the working class cause and of civilization, the motion died for lack of a second. 5. Not content to merely apologize for the European war socialists, some actually saw a positive good in their support of the bourgeois governments. The New York Call viewed it as, by no means an insignificant thing that the bourgeois government of France, in the time of its deadliest peril, recognized the socialists as among the strongest, clearest-headed men in the nation, and implored them to accept the portfolios in the government. Under such conditions it became practically impossible to refuse the service asked. After the war, the Call assured its readers the French socialists would be able to go before the country and point out without possibility of denial that they did their part in striving against German military despotism. Unless they did this, they would be regarded by their countrymen as traitors who stood by while the country perished under the heel of iron despotism and put forth no effort to avert it. 6. This attitude infuriated the left-wing socialists, who regarded it as akin for an analysis of the right, center, and left socialists. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1964, 360-77. 2. Suggestions that the class struggle, that impregnable fortress of the revolutionary workers, be dropped as obsolete, because, presumably it is unpopular in the drawing rooms of the ultra-respectable middle class. Karl Liebknecht argued, in voting against war credits, that the war had been instigated by imperialist rivalries and was not for the defense of Germany. 1 feet. Pointing to his argument, the left-wing socialists insisted that it was farcical to claim that defense of the fatherland justified socialist participation in capitalist war governments, since the workers had no government to support. Their interests were international, not national, and their governments were simply the political organs of the bourgeoisie to facilitate exploitation of the workers. Why, therefore, should they fight one another? The net effect of socialist participation in capitalist wars was that the workers murder one another in time of war that they may all be robbed in time of peace. To the workers, the left wing said, "You have no country. Every national flag in the world today means protection for the employing class, who appropriate the things produced by the worker. It has no message for those who toil. There is only one flag worth fighting for, and that is the red flag, which means universal brotherhood of the workers of the world in their fight to abolish the profit system." 8. Socialists on the cause of the war. Two main schools of opinion emerged in the Socialist Party of America on the cause of the war. The majority view regarded it as a manifestation of the capitalist quest for markets. The other school regarded the war essentially as a tactic of capitalist governments to crush the rising working class movement. A third group combined both opinions. Debs, espousing the first thesis, saw the war as the outcome of 50 years of commercial competition among the capitalist nations. The ruling class in each nation had the same goal: to extend the domination of their exploitation, to increase their capacity for robbery, and to multiply their ill-gotten riches. John Reed advanced the same thesis, calling the war a clash of traders that resulted from Germany's search for colonial markets that had been monopolized by England and France. On the other hand, Robert Hunter, who favored the second thesis, doubted that the capitalists of Germany, France, Russia and England had any quarrel among, already well known in the United States because of a national tour he had made in 1910. Karl Liebknecht was also famous for his opposition to Prussian militarism and to reformism in the Socialist Party. See Philip S. Foner, Karl Liebknecht in the United States, Chicago, 1978 pp. 3 to 25. Themselves that necessitated the war. Instead, he saw the conflict as the one way in which the European capitalists could save their system, to induce the working class to cut its own throat. 9. William English Walling probably spoke for the majority of socialists when he wrote, "The socialist diagnosis of the causes of modern wars may be summed up in one sentence. The basic cause is capitalism, the contributory causes are imperialism, militarism, social unrest, international grudges, and pseudo-patriotism." However, the International Socialist Review did not accept the idea that imperialism was only a contributory cause, but featured an article that insisted, "The real cause, the originator of the war, is not one state alone, but every one that maintains an imperialistic policy: Germany, England, France, Austria, Russia, Belgium, Japan, everyone and all together, they are the originators of the war. While other nations were also drawn into the war, these are insignificant compared to the great imperialist nations. All the states of Europe have been preparing for the contest for years. They all want to satisfy their greed, they are all equally guilty. 10 feet. America must end the war." Early in August 1914, the Socialist Party established the Committee on Immediate Action to handle matters pertaining to the war. Its first proclamation extended fraternal sympathy to the workers in Europe and urged the United States to open immediate negotiations for a speedy termination of the conflict. It then hinted that if the belligerents were in any way reluctant to comply, the United States should cut off their food supplies. Thus, in his pamphlet, Imperialism, One the Highest Stage of Capitalism, written in 1916 and published in Russia in Petrograd in 1917, Lenin wrote, "We must give a definition of imperialism that will include the following 5 essential features. 1. The concentration of production and capital, developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation, on the basis of this, finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital, as distinguished from the export of commodities, becomes of particularly great importance. 4. International monopoly combines of capitalists are formed which divide up the world. 5. The territorial division of the world by the greatest capitalist powers is completed." Lenin's definition of imperialism then followed. Imperialism is capitalism in that stage of development in which the domination of monopolies and finance capital has taken shape, in which the export of capital has acquired pronounced importance, in which the division of the world by the international trusts has begun, and in which the partition of all the territory of the earth by the greatest capitalist countries has been completed. Versus I. Lenin, Imperialism, One the Highest Stage of Capitalism, New York, 1933, p. 81. Forcing them to the conference table. The proposal had varying purposes. Although President Wilson appeared to be opposed to American involvement in the European war, he was also cooperating with the capitalists of this country in their rush to supply the Allied nations. This action was not only unneutral but was bound to drag the United States into the war on the side of the Allied powers. It was also causing prices to rise in the United States. One aim of the embargo, then, would be to keep down the cost of food in the USA. Another would be to slow down and possibly halt completely the war in Europe. Raising the slogan, "Starve the War and Feed America," the American Socialist, the party's official organ, editorialized. America can stop the war. War in Europe can continue only if fed by America. To feed that war, the workers of America must starve. While the warlords of Europe are leading the workers to slaughter, the money and food lords of America seek to profit by that slaughter by increasing the cost of food. To curb the war in Europe and to curb the monopolists in this country, also to keep the nation from being drawn into the conflict, 2 things must be done. 1. We must starve the war by cutting off supplies. 2. We must feed our own people by seizing all sources of supplies. We must stop the shipping of all supplies into the war zone. Not a penny for Jones, not an ounce of food should leave these shores to prolong this terrible shedding of blood. 11. In the name of the Committee on Immediate Action, the Socialist Party's Executive Secretary, Walter Lanforseek, called upon the American people to protest the high cost of living, which he blamed on unscrupulous capitalists, using the European war as a pretext. Lanforseek demanded that the government seize packing plants, cold storage houses, grain elevators, and flour mills, in short, seize the sources of food supplies, the sources of credit, the railroads, and all the means of transportation and communication to break the grip of trusts and speculators. He insisted that through government control of these industries, the exportation of food to Europe can be prevented. The rulers of Europe, unable to secure foods for their armies, will be forced to call off their soldiers. Finally, the Socialist Party's Executive Secretary demanded that the exportation of money and of munitions of war to the European nations be prohibited. 12. These demands were picked up by the Women's National Committee of the Socialist Party, which launched an anti-war petition to be circulated among American women and to be presented to both the President and Congress. The petition urged a ban on the export of loans, munitions, and food to the warring countries of Europe. It also called for government action against speculators, who are robbing the people, multitudes of whom are already in dire need. It called upon the government to establish supply depots in the strategic industrial and agricultural centers of the nation for the purpose of maintaining a just market for the producers and for the purchase of food products and for the sale of this necessity of life direct to the people. 13. On February 27, 1915, the petition, bearing 100,000 signatures, was presented to Congress and referred to the House Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce. There it was buried. 14. The Socialist Party Anti-War Manifesto. Meanwhile, the party's National Executive Committee had been working on a tentative peace program which came to be known as the Socialist Party Anti-War Manifesto, published in the American Socialist in late December 1914. The Manifesto was a lengthy restatement of the belief that the causes of war lay in the inherent conflicting tendencies of the capitalist system. Capitalism, inevitably leading to commercial rivalry and imperialism and functioning through the modern state with its vast armaments, secret diplomacies, and undemocratic governments, logically leads to war. The document did acknowledge that wars could be caused on occasion because reactionary ruling classes wished to crush progressive political movements by creating false patriotic excitement and thus sidetracking the real class issues. Every war, furthermore, it went on, is used by the capitalists in order to destroy the organized forces in the labor movement. The implication was that there was no conflict of interest between the workers of various countries engaged in the war. Indeed, this section of the manifesto concluded by exhorting the socialist and labor press of the world to unite in this time of crisis to proclaim internationalism and peace. 15. The peace program that followed stated that at the end of the war the terms of peace must be such as to protect nations from future wars and preserve the identity of smaller nations. These ends could best be served by establishing the principles of no indemnities and no arbitrary transfer of territories, and by setting up both an international police force for the settlement of disputes and a Congress representing all nations. This latter body would be vested with both legislative and administrative powers and would pursue the goals of disarmament and the neutralization of the seas. In internal politics, socialists were to seek an extension of democracy in both the political and industrial arenas. To this end, the Manifesto called for a popular referendum before there could be any declaration of war, the institution of universal suffrage, and the socialization of all natural resources. The program was somewhat vague on the question of immediate action but optimistic about the prospects of reviving the Second International, especially if all socialists would strive to have their countries adopt the program as a course of action. Finally, it called for the unity of all peace forces. This latter plea was particularly weak, because in pursuing its aim of genuine neutrality the document not only refrained from discussing the relative guilt of the belligerents, but it was also silent about the causes of the war. It simply contented itself with a blanket denunciation of the war in fact, of all wars, and thus was more of a pacifist than a socialist declaration. 16. How to keep out of the war. Overshadowing every other problem was the emerging danger of U.S. involvement in the European War. Alan L. Benson warned that the war spirit I unchecked would bring the World War to the United States. Chester M. Wright, editor of the New York Call, warned that U.S. involvement could take place at any moment. Some unforeseen violation of neutrality, some American citizen caught in the European whirl, some diplomatic faux pas of the command of capital, and might not America be swept into the world flame. 17. But how to keep out of the war? It soon became clear that it would be difficult to win widespread support for the proposal for an embargo on shipments of all merchandise, including food and munitions, from the United States to the belligerents. An economic depression was in full swing, and it was estimated that by the winter months of 1914-1915, the total number of unemployed reached as much as 4 million, possibly higher. In addition, several million were working part-time. 18. It was becoming clear that supplying the markets created by the European War. Born in Plainwell, Michigan in 1871, Benson was a newspaperman who had worked with the Salt Lake Tribune, had been assistant managing editor of the Detroit Journal, and managing editor of the Washington, D.C. NMES. He lived in Yonkers, New York at the time of his nomination, working mainly as a pamphleteer and magazine writer. See page .18. For a detailed discussion of the economic depression of 1913-15, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 4, New York, 1965, 435-61. Would soon restore prosperity and reduce unemployment. By April 1915, the Depression did begin to lift as war orders caused mills and factories to rehire workers, and as farmers frantically increased the production of food supplies for Europe. Thus, an embargo would halt this economic revival and return the country to a national economic depression. Even socialist workers and farmers, much as they insisted on American neutrality and opposed American involvement in the European War, began to be concerned about the effect of an embargo on their own status. 19. The socialist proposal to prevent the sale of munitions to belligerents also met with a cool response from the Wilson administration. 20. Indeed, the only socialist proposal acceptable to the administration was the call to prevent loans to belligerent governments. Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan urged that the U.S. government refuse to approve such loans, declaring that, money is the worst of all contrabands. On August 15, 1914, he wrote to J.P. Morgan, who wished to finance a French loan. There is no reason why loans should not be made to the governments of neutral nations, but in the judgment of this government, loans by American bankers to any foreign nation which is at war are inconsistent with the spirit of neutrality. 21. But, as we shall see, powerful economic forces in the United States began almost at once to undermine this policy, and within the year they forced its abandonment. Benson was convinced that the solution lay in a war referendum. Believing that wars are caused by capitalist nations competing for markets, Benson proposed removing from governments the power to declare war and placing the decision in the hands of the voters. He suggested the following constitutional amendment. The military forces of the United States shall not be used against any other people except by direct affirmative vote of a majority of all the citizens of the United States more than 18 years of age. The word, citizens, shall be construed to include women as well as men, but the reservation to the people of the sole right to declare offensive war shall not be construed as any limitation upon the duty of Congress and the President, hereby imposed, to resist invasion, or upon American warships to defend themselves if attacked. War shall be proposed only by a majority vote of both houses of Congress, by the legislature of more than half of the states, or by petition of 30% of the population more than 18 years of age. War having been proposed, a general election to determine the question shall be called to take place not less than 60 days or more than 6 months from the date of the proposal. Benson's amendment did not withhold from Congress or the President the power to respond to an attack by a foreign aggressor, but they could do so only in the event of an actual invasion. Mere unfriendly acts were not enough. If the government wanted to respond to these with military force, it must seek the voters' approval. To make the parlor patriots and barroom generals think twice, Benson added a codicil to his amendment, enjoining the President, in the event of war, to call up first those who had voted in favor of it. And he singled out for special attention the war hawks of the press, the podium, and the halls of Congress. Every writer, public speaker, and public official who shall advocate war shall, forthwith upon such advocacy, notify the President thereof, conviction of failure to do so being punishable by imprisonment for not less than 5 years nor more than 10. In the event of war following such advocacy within 5 years, such persons shall be required to go to the front as common soldiers and remain in the thick of the fight until the end of the war, unless sooner killed or incapacitated by wounds. If wounded, such persons, upon recovery, shall be sent back to the front if the war be still in progress. 22. Opponents of the Benson Plan criticized it for ignoring the power of the capitalist press to persuade the people to vote for war and for overlooking the possibility that the President might maneuver the nation into a position in which war would be the only alternative. Furthermore, they argued, Benson's plan directed popular attention away from the fundamental cause of war, namely, capitalism, and turned it instead to trivial constitutional safeguards, which were not really safeguards at all. 23. Left-wing proposals. Resolutions introduced by left-wing socialists to influence their parties. National Executive Committee in drafting its program reflected how far in advance they were on the war issue. One resolution, submitted by Charles E. Ruthenberg of Cleveland, proposed that all socialists pledge not to fight in any except class wars. This put in resolution form the sentiment expressed by Debs when he said, "I am opposed to every war but one. I am for that war with heart and soul, and that is the worldwide war of the social revolution. In that war one am prepared to fight in any way." The ruling on April 30, 1916, the Republican senator from Wisconsin, Robert M. LaFollette, introduced his own version of the war referendum in the Senate. LaFollette's bill called for the director of the Bureau of the Census to distribute ballots, whenever the President shall sever diplomatic relations with any foreign government. The ballot would read, "Shall the United States declare war against the government of name of country with which government the President has severed diplomatic relations?" Philip S. Foner, Putting War to a Vote. The Nation, January 29, 1983, p. 108. Class may make it necessary even to the barricades. This, Debs argued, was where the Socialist Party ought to stand on the question of war. 24 feet. But while a number of locals, including locals Tacoma and Everett of Washington, supported Debs' position, it failed to gain sufficient support. Nor did a general strike to oppose a declaration of war, a plan advocated by a number of left-wing socialists, enjoy any greater support. 25. With all of the left-wing proposals rejected, it is not surprising that the Socialist Party's official peace program expressed in the December 1914 manifesto remained the party position on the war. But events would soon force a change. The Lusitania sinks. On May 7, 1915, the Cunard liner Lusitania was sunk by one torpedo fired by a German submarine off the coast of Roland. When it went down, 1,198 people died, including 124 American men, women, and children. The destruction of the Lusitania had far-reaching consequences. It unleashed an intense campaign in the United States for war with Germany, and began the real undermining of the neutrality policy of the Wilson administration. It led to the resignation of William Jennings Bryan, who refused to take responsibility for Wilson's stiff note of protest to Germany, and it established Bryan's former subordinate, Robert Lansing, in the post of Secretary of State. Lansing says frankly in his memoirs that after the Lusitania there was always in his mind the conviction that we would ultimately become the ally of Britain. 26 inches. The Socialist Party Peace Program. On May 9, 1915, 2 days after the Lusitania sinking, members of the Socialist Party's National Committee assembled in Chicago. Hillquit, who was re-elected national chairman, announced solemnly to the assembled. Debs issued this statement in part because of the accusation by some socialists that he harbored pacifist delusions. Frederick C. Griffin, 6 who protested radical opposition to the First World War, Port Washington, NY, 1977 pp. 27-28. The sinking of the Lusitania is one of the most controversial sea tragedies in history, as illustrated by the 1973 study by Colin Simpson, a British journalist, The Sinking of the Lusitania, and by the 1975 book, The Lusitania Disaster, an episode in modern Ud 11 Fair and Diplomacy by Thomas A. Bailey. Simpson concludes that the Lusitania was really an armed cruiser which was destroyed not by one torpedo but by the tremendous explosion of the secret munitions on board disguised as cheese, and even raises the suspicion that the British, led by Winston Churchill, plotted the destruction of the Lusitania as a means of bringing the United States into the war. All of this is denied by Bailey, who asserts that there were no high explosives or munitions on the vessel. However, he does acknowledge that there were 4,200 cases of rifle cartridges aboard, located about 150 feet from the exploding torpedo. Delegates that he knew of no meeting of the Socialist Party that had ever had such great problems to deal with. He expressed the hope that some policy could be outlined at the session that would unite all the anti-war elements of the party and give it a leading place in the anti-war movement of the nation. 27. After 3 days of discussion, the statement on the war that emerged from the subcommittee was adopted by the National Committee, leading the American Socialists to announce that the Socialist Party at last had a program on the war. 28. The program had 2 parts. The first section was called the Anti-War Manifesto of the Socialist Party of America, and was essentially a restatement of the subcommittee's manifesto of the previous December, which, it will be recalled, had related the causes of the war to the capitalist system and had urged the laboring forces of the world to overthrow the system so that there could be a permanent peace. The second section was in the form of an open letter to the people of the United States, entitled, A Demand for Peace. It warned that the insidious propaganda of American militarism was working on behalf of the armament ring to stimulate a war sentiment, which did means business and profits. It continued, in this grave hour of national crisis the Socialist Party of the United States raises its voice in solemn and emphatic protest against this dangerous and criminal agitation, and proclaims its undying opposition to militarism and war. No disaster, however appalling, no crime, however revolting, justifies the slaughter of nations and the devastation of countries. Referring to the sinking of the Lusitania, the program appealed to the people who had been so recently disturbed by the news to resist the upsurge in demands for strong armaments and military preparations. It warned that they would, inevitably and irresistibly lead to war, as the tragic example of the nations of Europe has conclusively demonstrated. Terrible though the destruction of the Lusitania was, it should serve to bring more closely home to us the fiendish savagery of warfare, and should inspire us with stronger determination than ever to maintain peace and civilization at any cost. The appeal concluded, we call upon the people of the United States to profit by the lesson of our unfortunate brothers on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and to throttle all efforts to draw this country into the dangerous paths of international quarrels, imperialism, militarism and war. Tation for war by the exercise of all the power in their command, for it is their class who pays the awful cost of warfare without receiving any of its rewards. It is the workers who primarily furnish the soldiers on the battlefield and give their limbs and lives in the senseless quarrels of their masters. Let us proclaim in tones of unmistakable determination, not a worker's arm shall be lifted for the slaying of a fellow worker of another country nor turned for the production of man-killing implements or war supplies. Down with war. Forward to international peace and the worldwide solidarity of all workers. 29. The debate on preparedness. Soon after the outbreak of the war in Europe, advocates of preparedness in the United States, led by Theodore Roosevelt, Elihu Root, Henry Cabot Lodge, and General Leonard Wood, began urging the U.S. to rapidly enlarge its military and naval forces in order to strengthen its defense against possible attack. Formed to exert pressure for military preparedness, the National Security League was organized at a meeting of business leaders and corporation lawyers in December 1914. At its founding meeting, the tone was clearly alarmist, with speakers picturing an invasion of this country in which a landing was made easily, the army was routed, and cities were destroyed. 30. At first these scare predictions were not taken seriously, and even President Wilson in a message of December 1914 disparaged the need for any increase in armaments. But as the National Security League's propaganda intensified and its membership grew by leaps and bounds, with new branches springing up everywhere from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and as the administration drew ever closer to support for the Allied cause, Wilson became a convert to preparedness. On November 4, 1915, the president reversed himself and came out for an increase in military expenditures. Wilson formally presented the administration's defense program to the country in an address before the Manhattan Club in New York City and urged its adoption. The plan called for the construction of 10 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 10 cruisers, 50 destroyers, 100 submarines, and lesser craft, at a cost of $500 million. He also not only proposed substantial increases in the regular army, but virtually called for the scrapping of the National Guard as the first line of defense. On December 6, S. Stanwood Mencken, a NY Corporation lawyer who was the founder of the National Security League, announced the names of 84 representatives of industrial, commercial and financial interests who were active in the movement. New LVRK Times, Dec. 7, 1914. And its replacement by a National Reserve Force, the Continental Army, of 400,000 men. Congress then proceeded to debate the president's proposals. 32. The National Security League, the Navy League, and other organizations favoring increased military expenditures were dominated by leading business interests. They rallied at once to support Wilson's program. But the Socialist Party immediately announced its opposition to the Wilson policy. Anti-preparedness socialists insisted that preparedness was designed only to defend capitalist interests. The Milwaukee Leader argued that it was primarily a program to defend the present conquerors and exploiters of the country against any attempt on the part of their subjects to revolt and recover the wealth that has been taken from them. Benson, too, exclaimed, "The American capitalists want a big army to intimidate and, if necessary, attack American workers who object to working for a base living." 33. John Reed went still further, maintaining that Wall Street was behind the militaristic propaganda not only to make immediate profits from the sale of arms and munitions but also for imperialist ventures of its own. Wall Street is getting ready to launch the United States upon a gigantic adventure in world imperialism for the benefit of the big financial speculators. And in order to do this, Wall Street must have a great army and navy to protect its foreign investments. 34 inches behind the active agitation for defense, said Helen Keller, the well-known sightless and mute socialist, at the Labor Forum in New York City, you will find J. P. Morgan and Company, and the capitalists who have invested their money in shrapnel plants, and others that turn out implements of murder. They want armaments because they beget war, for these capitalists want to develop new markets for their hideous traffic. On another occasion she declared, Congress is not preparing to defend the people of the United States. It is planning to protect the capital of American speculators and investors in Mexico, South America, China and the Philippine Islands. She urged the Appeal Army, the hundreds of men and some women who convinced over 500,000 people to read the Appeal to Reason each week. For a study of Helen Keller as a socialist, see Philip S. Foner, Helen Keller, Her Socialist Rs, New York, 1967. For a study of the 500 strong Appeal Annie, see James R. Green, The Salesman Soldiers of the Appeal Annie, in Bruce M. Stavis, ed. Socialism and the City's Port. Washington, N.Y., 1975 pp. 15-21. Strike against preparedness and gas bombs and all other tools of murder. Strike against preparedness that means death and misery to millions of human beings. Be not dumb, obedient slaves in an army of destruction. Be heroes in an army of construction. 35. The chief preparedness argument that it was necessary for defense against invasion was met by anti-preparedness socialists with the contention that because of its geographic location, the United States did not need a big army and navy for defense. In his famous Carnegie Hall debate with Representative August Gardner, one of the leading advocates of preparedness, Morris Hillquit insisted that the argument of modern American militarism is based on a colossal fallacy. The United States is not in danger of war. It has never been safer from hostile attack than it is at this period. There were two reasons, Hillquit argued, why no European or Asiatic power will attempt an invasion of the United States. First, they cannot do it, and second they would gain nothing by it, since it would require too great an army and fleet to cross the ocean, force a landing, and hold territory. 36 other anti-preparedness socialists added a third reason. The war in Europe would leave the belligerents too exhausted for any adventure across 3,000 miles of water. I believe that we are in less danger of invasion than we have been at any other time in 100 years. Alan Benson insisted, I believe that this danger, never great, will become less as the European belligerents proceed towards exhaustion. 37. Nationally, the Socialist Party outlined its position in a brief statement. Pending complete disarmament, the Socialist Party declares for the abolition of the manufacture of arms and munitions for private profit, and the prohibition of exportation of arms, war equipment and supplies from one country to another. It stands against an increase in existing armaments under any circumstances, against all appropriations for military and naval purposes. The statement concluded with the ringing cry, we proclaim, not $1 for militarism and murder. 38. The statement had scarcely been made public when newspapers reported that Charles Edward Russell had shocked a socialist audience in Philadelphia by telling them that he disagreed with it and that he favored President Wilson's preparedness program. German barbarism, he insisted, posed a threat to the democratic nations, including the United States, and it was necessary for this country to arm to defend itself against such a threat. 39. Russell was by no means the only socialist to take this position. On January 8, 1916, W.J. Gent expressed himself as opposed to the party's anti-preparedness commitment, arguing that whatever danger existed that preparedness might drag the United States into war was less menacing than the prospect of a German victory in the European war, since there was nothing in the world worse than the racial and national fanaticism of the vast majority of persons of German blood. Gent described German militarism as the most evil force in the world, and added that he wanted to see it uprooted and destroyed. Hence, for him, loyalty to the mandates of the Socialist Party was treason to humanity. 40. The temper of the socialist rank and file on the issue of preparedness is indicated by the overwhelming approval, in a referendum, of an amendment to the party constitution adding Article 2 Section 7 which read, any member of the Socialist Party, elected to an office, who shall in any way vote to appropriate monies for military and naval purposes or war, shall be expelled from the party. The vote on the amendment was 11,041 for and 762 against. 41. Many socialists went even further. They urged the expulsion from the party of those who expressed themselves in favor of preparedness, especially after Russell came out in favor of a bigger army and navy. Party sections in Indianapolis, Rockford, Ill., and Washington State, among others, passed resolutions demanding that Russell's name be withdrawn from the list of socialist speakers. Despite rank-and-file pressure, the pro-preparedness socialists remained in the party. From his home in Indiana, Debs made a strong appeal for Russell's retention, saying that although he disagreed with his opinions, he admired the man for having the courage of his convictions. Debs was heated on this issue. 42 inches. While pro-preparedness socialists were generally right-wing socialists, and in the main, left-wing socialists opposed preparedness, a dissident voice in the left-wing ranks was that of Henry L. Slobodin, a frequent contributor to the International Socialist Review, who was also an outspoken proponent of preparedness and a strong advocate of military training. Henry L. Slobodin, Socialism and Preparedness, International Socialist Review 16, January 1916, 428-30. When Upton Sinclair circulated a statement supporting Wilson's preparedness campaign, Debs refused to join in condemning him. Instead, he wrote to Sinclair urging him to reconsider, and reminded him that the workers have no country to fight for. It belongs to the capitalists and the plutocrats. Let them worry over its defense. Eugene V. Debs to Upton. Sinclair, June 12, 1916, Upton Sinclair Papers, Lilly Library, Indiana University. A move was made to recall Victor Berger from his position on the National Executive Committee because of his opposition to the Socialist Party's stand on preparedness and his use of the Mexican threat in 1916 as a justification for increased defense expenditures by the United States. However, with the support of Hillquit, Berger managed to have the referendum on recall defeated. New York Call, July 27, August 15, 1916, Victor Berger to Joseph Gelbart, June 20, 1916, Berger to Comrade, July 3, 1916, Victor Berger Papers, Milwaukee Historical Society. For years Berger had believed that socialists were not in a position to prevent increased. The election of 1916. The Socialist Party platform in the 1916 presidential election affirmed the party's attitude of unalterable opposition to war, and recommended that the president be prevented from placing the nation in a position which leaves no escape from war. It urged that Congress be given the power to determine policy and conduct diplomatic negotiations, and that the people be empowered to change congressional policy by referendum. It also demanded that no war shall be declared or waged by the United States without a referendum vote of the entire people, except for the purpose of repelling invasion. Further, to eliminate the danger of war, the platform called for the United States to abandon the policy of imperialism which is forcing the conquest of Mexico, to nullify forthwith the Monroe Doctrine, and to grant immediate independence to the Philippine Islands. The platform pledged the party's opposition to both appropriations for war and militarism, and called for the repeal of laws that provided for increased funds for the armed forces. The working class, it said, must recognize the cry of preparedness against foreign invasion as a mere cloak for the sinister purpose of imperialism abroad and industrial tyranny at home. The class struggle, like capitalism, is international. The proletariat of the world has but one enemy, the capitalist class, whether at home or abroad. We must refuse to put into the hands of the enemy an armed force even under the guise of a democratic army, as the workers of Australia and Switzerland have done. The peace plank in the platform read, "The government of the United States shall call a Congress of all neutral nations to mediate between the belligerent powers in an effort to establish an immediate and lasting peace without indemnities, or forcible annexations of territory, and based on a binding and enforceable international treaty, which shall provide for concerted disarmament on land and at sea and for an international Congress to adjust all disputes between nations, and which shall guarantee freedom and equal rights to all oppressed nations and races. 43 armaments, but should use their energy to see that weapons were manufactured under conditions most favorable to the interests of labor." Toward the end of 1915, he began pressing for government-owned and operated munition factories. He was also a firm advocate of the Swiss system of arming the people. Every citizen, he recommended, should devote 1 year between 19 and 20 to the service of the nation, and every school should be equipped with the means by which the students would learn to operate a machine gun. This will be preparedness by the entire nation, militant and prepared, not by a capitalist class. Milwaukee. Leader, May 6, August 14, 1915, Victor Berger to E. C. Stick, January 30, 1916, Victor Berger Papers, Milwaukee Historical Society. Owing to the party's serious financial situation, there had been growing pressure for it to dispense with the cost of a presidential convention in 1916, and instead to nominate a standard-bearer by a vote of bona fide party members. 44 Debs, though in poor health, was still a strong favorite in most sections of the country, but in November 1915 he declined to be a candidate, explaining that, "There are thousands of comrades who are at least as well qualified as I am for the nomination." 45. All three of the candidates who received enough support from the locals to get their names on the referendum paper ballot, Allen Benson, Arthur LeSueur, and James H. Maurer, were staunch opponents of preparedness, as were the two vice presidential nominees, George E. Kirkpatrick and Kate Richards O'Hare. When Benson and Kirkpatrick were selected, the New York Call cried, "3 cheers for Benson and Kirkpatrick. On to the war on war." 46 inches. A number of signs pointed to promising prospects for the Socialist Party in the presidential election. While socialists in Ohio cities had suffered some reversals in the 1915 elections, the party did see drive. George Lunn returned to office as mayor of Schenectady. In April 1916, the socialists recaptured the mayoralty of Milwaukee with their candidate, Daniel Hone. Particularly hardening was the pending demise of the Progressive Party, which has suffered a great decline in the fall election of 1,914.47 feet. Socialists believed that their party would now be able, without difficulty, to come forward as the workingmen's alternative to the Democratic Party. As one socialist commentator wrote, "The field is left for the Socialist Party to stand and fight for the cause of the poor and oppressed." 48. Leaflets and broadsides supporting the socialist presidential campaign were widely distributed. The New York Local issued thousands of copies of War and Militarism versus Labor and Progress. Addressed to Worker. Kirkpatrick was the author of the very popular War What For?, the leading anti-war publication of the Socialist Party, while O'Hare's writings and speeches, after the war erupted in Europe in the summer of 1914, concentrated on opposing America's entrance into the war. In To the Mothers and Maids of America, published in the Ripsaw of August 1915, O'Hare stressed the particular cost of war to the women, and urged them to write to President Wilson demanding that the United States remain out of the war. See Philip S. Foner and Sally Miller, Cale Richards 0 feet hair, Selected Writings and Speeches, Baton Rouge, Le. 1982, pp. 121-75. The vote was 16,639 for Benson, 12,265 for Maurer, and 3,495 for LeSueur. The vice presidential vote was 20,597 for Kirkpatrick and LL, 118 for O'Hare. American Socialist. March 18, 1916. For the founding and early history of the Progressive Party, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 5, New York, 1980, 10708, LLL 15. Ingeman and Citizens, asking, what armies and navies are for? The broadside answered, we socialists have good authority for saying as we do that militarism, politely called preparedness, exists for the material interest of the capitalist class. The rest of the broadside was devoted to proving this assertion. One section was entitled, The Only Real War Danger, and went. Months ago, when the campaign for preparedness began, when some of the capitalist spokesmen were clamoring about the German danger, and others about the Japanese peril, we socialists said that these were false pretenses. If the armed forces of this nation are called into action, we said, it will not be to repel European or Asiatic invaders. It will be either to attack one of the Latin American republics, or to break a strike of workingmen here in the United States. One part of our prediction has come true. It is to invade Mexico that our militia is now being called out. The broadside concluded, fellow workingmen, fellow citizens, it is high time for you to choose. On which side do you stand, for peace or for war? For labor or for capital? For industrial democracy or for financial oligarchy? With the trade unions or with the manufacturers' associations? With the Socialist Party, or with the twin parties of organized wealth? You will soon find that there is no middle ground. 49. As we have seen in a previous volume, 6, pp. 222-31, the vast majority of the trade unions supported Wilson. The American Socialist gloomily published a poll of labor leaders conducted by the Literary Digest, which revealed that 332 were for Wilson, 47 for Benson, and 43 for Charles Evans Hughes, the Republican candidate. Even the official Socialist Party organ conceded that for most workers, the 8-hour day and other domestic issues loomed more important than preparedness, and that Wilson's slogan, "He kept us out of war," appeared to settle the war issue as far as they were concerned. 50. A special effort was made to debunk the "he kept us out of war" argument. Anyone who really believed that Wilson, Hughes, or any other man can keep us out of war is nothing more than the ordinary fool who is the ordinary prey of the capitalist politician, who catches him through his political superstitions. 51. Not even a vote for Benson could achieve that goal, the socialists admitted, but at least a socialist who voted for Benson knew that socialism, when fully realized, can keep us out of war, while capitalism is always just as likely as not to plunge us into it. The only anti-war party and the only anti-militarist candidates are Benson and Kirkpatrick on the Socialist Party ticket. 52. But as the likelihood grew of a very close presidential vote, an increasing number of socialists became concerned over whether Wilson or Hughes would win. A number of socialists believed in Wilson's peaceful intents, and many more were impressed with his domestic policy. On October 20th, Walling told the New York World that he believed that 99% of the socialists wished to see Wilson elected, and that possibly as many as 200,000 would shift from the socialist candidate to the Democrat. 53. In a well-publicized letter to the National Executive Committee, left-winger John Reed announced he was going to vote for Wilson as considerably the lesser of the two evils. With tortured logic, Reed argued that he did not believe in anything lasting coming out of purely political action, and then declared that he was going to vote for Wilson because he did not want the United States to become hell for the next 4 years. 54. Even the openly revolutionary International Socialist Review supported Wilson and printed an unsigned editorial attacking the Milwaukee Leader for its criticism of the president. The editorial charged to sow suspicions of militarism against a president who has kept the working class of America out of war during a hair-trigger period as a species of treachery to the working class that does no good. 55. In the final month of the campaign, a group of 17 socialist intellectuals, including Harry W. Laidler, Jesse Hughes, Harry Overstreet, Walter Rauschenbusch, and J. Phelps Stokes, sought to stem the abandonment of Benson and the desertion to Wilson in the ranks of the party members. A sizable socialist vote, they argued, would act as a pacemaker to the party in power, for with the bull moose dead, the Socialist Party was the principal, minority pacemaker. Basically, they went on, there was no choice between the major parties that could be decided, other than by a flip of the coin, and 3 million votes for the socialist would convince even the divine right transportation barons that the recognition of labor as a national factor is a matter of practical politics. 56. It did little good. The socialists could make little headway against Wilson's record and the slogan, "He kept us out of war." Benson's official vote was only 585, 113, which was less than 2/3 of the vote for. The reference was to the battle between the railroad brotherhoods and the managers of the railroads over the demand for the 8-hour day for operating railroad workers. See Foner, 6, pp. 143-88. Debs in 1912. While Debs had won 5.9% of the total presidential vote, Benson garnered only 3.2%. Whereas in 1912 some 26 states gave more than 5% of their presidential vote for Debs, there were only 9 states in this category in 1916.57. At the congressional and state government levels, the election was not so catastrophic. Although the goal of seating 10 congressmen was clearly impossible, the party did manage to re-elect Meyer London in New York's 12th congressional district and almost succeeded in electing Hillquit in the 20th district. In the state assemblies, the total elected was 25, which included an increase of 4 members in Wisconsin and 1 in New York, and the election of a sole representative to each of the lower houses of Vermont and Rhode Island. The Socialists also succeeded in electing a mayor in 1 more large city when Thomas H. Van Leer became mayor of Minneapolis. 58. Analysis of election results. The fact that the party held its own in these elections could not disguise the evidence that at the national level its political impact was significantly weaker than in 1912. The party's official explanation of the election results was presented by Adolf Germer, the national secretary. He gave 3 reasons for the decline in the socialist vote. In the first place, general apathy had prevailed in party circles for the last 3 or 4 years, and the party was slow to recover. In addition, the conflicting elements over the question of militarism and war had hurt the image of the party. Finally, the passage of the Adamson Act granting the 8-hour day to railroad workers and the slogan, "He kept us out of war," had been instrumental in befuddling the workers. In short, socialists had deserted the party in part because it was not functioning effectively and also because the Democratic Party, under the specific circumstances of 1916, seemed too alluring. 59. Speaking for the left wing, Henry Slobodin declared that to blame the war and the Wilson administration for the failure of the Socialist Party had the double merit of saving hard thinking and diverting the Inquirer's attention from causes which are in his control to conditions utterly beyond his control. 60. For the left-wingers, the poor election results in 1916 seemed to prove what they had been charging since 1908, that rigid reliance solely on political action and reformist policies carried with it no guarantee of growth in the socialist vote. Hence a group called the Socialist Propaganda League, which had emerged from an ideological struggle between reformers and left-wingers within the Massachusetts Socialist Party, called for a new dedication to the principles of industrial unionism, internationalism, and mass action. Immediately after the election, the Boston group announced that it was planning to make a nationwide appeal through the Internationalist, a newspaper it had just founded. The International Socialist Review immediately endorsed this appeal and added that the election results had demonstrated that workers must be prepared to use their collective industrial strength against the employers, as well as their political power. 61 feet. The first issue of the Internationalist was published in Boston on January 6, 1917. It appeared just as the danger of American involvement in the European War became critical, and in confronting this renewed danger, the Socialist Party had to push the election results into the background and concentrate on a campaign to prevent American entrance into the war. U.S. breaks relations with Germany. In the winter of 1917, relations between the United States and Germany suddenly took a turn for the worse. The previous spring, the U.S. government had issued a virtual ultimatum to Berlin, warning that any further sinkings of belligerent and neutral merchant vessels without adequate provisions being made for the crews and passengers would result in a rupture of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Unenthusiastically, and with conditions attached, the German government had pledged to observe cruiser rules of warfare. 62. Then, on January 31, 1917, Germany notified the State Department that it intended to launch unrestricted submarine warfare in the European war zone. On February 3, President Wilson announced to Congress that the German declaration had caused the United States to sever diplomatic relations with Imperial Germany. 63 inches. It was the German submarine warfare and nothing else that forced him, Wilson, to lead America into war, wrote historian Charles Seymour in 1934.64. But historians have demonstrated that the Wilson administration displayed totally different attitudes toward Great Britain and Germany during the various controversies that arose with those two countries. They have shown how the pro-ally bias and interventionist tendencies of Lansing, House, and Page distorted U.S. neutrality and influenced Wilson to, according to David A. Shannon, Benson's poor showing was a reflection of the fact that the party had become weaker since 1912. With the expulsion of the pro-IWW socialists in 1912 and 1913, with the loss of prestige suffered by the European socialists' failure to prevent the war and their support of their governments in the war, and with the loss of supporters to the progressivism of Wilson, the party membership rolls were about 35,000 names fewer than they had been in 1912. 1. He Socialist Party of America, Chicago, 1967 p. 92. Surrender his country's legal rights to the Allies, while making unprecedented demands on Germany for the protection of British ships, all leading to a declaration of war. Meanwhile, trade between the United States and the Allied countries increased enormously. The increase from 1914 to 1915 was 141%, and by 1916 the increase over 1914 was 289%. In his book, Propaganda for War, H.C. Peterson summed it up in these words: "In the last analysis, the American government was forced to join the Allies in 1917, because it had previously surrendered to them all its material, diplomatic and moral support." 65. In 1934, the same year that Charles Seymour insisted that only German submarine warfare had brought the United States into the war, a special Senate committee began an investigation to discover whether financial power, notably the Morgan interests, had been a force in bringing the United States into war. The committee, chaired by Senator Gerald P. Nye of North Dakota, published a series of revealing letters. It concluded that U.S. bankers had first compelled the government to authorize large loans to France and Great Britain, and then when those countries faced defeat, the bankers forced the U.S. into war to protect their investments. As we have seen, during Bryan's year as Secretary of State, the U.S. government refused to approve private loans to belligerents. The first efforts to modify this policy came from the House of J. P. Morgan, which asked permission to extend credits to foreign governments in order to facilitate purchases in the United States. The Morgan Company maintained that this was purely a bookkeeping arrangement, very different from the sale of belligerent bonds in the open market. On October 23, 1914, Wilson accepted this distinction, and the firm of Morgan was authorized to open credits of this character for belligerent governments, particularly the French. 66. In May, 1915, following the sinking of the Lusitania, as we have seen, Robert Lansing replaced Bryan as Secretary of State. In August, Great Britain began canceling many foreign contracts for the purchase of U.S. grain, pleading lack of funds to finance the purchase. On August 21, Secretary of the Treasury McAdoo warned Wilson that it was imperative that Great Britain be permitted to float a loan of $500 million at once. He reminded the president that the high prices for food products purchased by Great Britain have brought great prosperity to the farmers, while the purchases of war munitions have stimulated industry and have set factories going to full capacity. Great prosperity is coming. It is, in large measure, already here. It will be tremendously increased if we can extend reasonable credit to our customers. To maintain our prosperity, we must finance it. 67. Secretary of State Lansing supported McAdoo's plea. If the European countries cannot find the means to pay for the excess of goods sold them over those purchased from them, he warned Wilson, they will have to stop buying and our present export trade will shrink proportionately. The result would be restriction of output, industrial depression, idle capital, idle labor, numerous failures, financial demoralization, and general unrest and suffering among the laboring classes. Can we afford to let a declaration as to our conception of the true spirit of neutrality, made in the early days of the war, stand in the way of our national interests which seem to be seriously threatened? 68. Pressing home his point, Lansing wrote to Wilson on September 6, 1915, I believe that Secretary McAdoo is convinced, and I agree with him, that there is only one means of avoiding this situation which would so seriously affect economic conditions in this country, and that is the flotation of large bond issues by the belligerent governments. Our financial institutions have the money to loan and wish to do so. 69. 2 days later, Wilson gave his consent, and shortly thereafter the House of Morgan floated a loan of $500 million on behalf of the British and French governments. 10. Thus, even before Germany resorted to unrestricted submarine warfare, pressure from the financial community, supported by their spokespersons in the cabinet, had pushed the Wilson administration into close economic alliance with the Allied powers. Bryan had warned that money is the worst of all contrabands, and the events during the opening months of 1917 were to prove him correct. Reaction of the Socialist Party. On February 9, 1917, the National Executive Committee published an anti-war proclamation that was distributed widely as a leaflet and published in the special anti-war issue of the American Socialist on February 17, 1917. Entitled, Down with War. Long Live Peace. The anti-war proclamation noted at the outset, the workers of the United States have. The issue contained a reprint of an advertisement that appeared in the Chicago Tribune of February 5, signed by Amos R. E. Pinchot, Randolph S. Bourne, Max Eastman, Paul U. Kellogg, and Winthrop D. Lane, on behalf of the American Union Against Militarism, urging the American people to petition the President and Congressmen to keep this country from an ignominious 11th-hour participation in a struggle for mastery which is not her own. It also contained articles such as, Do You Want War? By Adolf Germer, War, by George R. Kirkpatrick, and Break is Serious, by Morris Hillquit, who emphasized that the break in diplomatic relations with Germany was unjustified, and that, we are being forced into hostilities on the most frivolous pretext imaginable. American Socialist, Feb. 17, 1917. No desire and no reason to shed their blood. It then observed, by a mere executive decree, the President of our country has broken off diplomatic relations with the German Empire and placed the profile of the United States in imminent danger of being actively drawn into the mad war of Europe. After recounting the horrors created all over Europe by the war, it declared that, suddenly, with little notice or warning, without the sanction or consent of the people and without consultation with the people's chosen representatives in Congress, we are practically ordered to join in the mad dance of death and destruction. The Socialist Party entered, a solemn protest against this wanton attempt to draw us into the European conflict. Granted that the policy of unrestricted and indiscriminate submarine warfare recently announced by the German government was most ruthless and inhuman, but so was war, as a whole, and so are all methods applied by both sides. In any case, the German submarine warfare does not threaten our national integrity or independence, not even our national dignity and honor. It was not aimed primarily at the United States and would not affect the American people. It would strike only those parasitic classes that have been making huge profits by manufacturing instruments of death or taking away our food and selling it at exorbitant prices to the fighting Annies of Europe. But the workers of the United States had no reason and no desire to shed their blood for the protection and furtherance of the unholy profits of their masters, and in this they had the full support of the Socialist Party. The anti-war proclamation closed with a stirring appeal. Workers of America, awake! The hour is grave, the danger is imminent, silence would be fatal. Gather the masses in meetings and demonstrations. Speak in unmistakable tones. Let your voice of vehement and deafening protest resound from one end of the country to the other. Send telegrams or letters to President Wilson, to the United States senators and congressmen. Demand that American citizens and American ships be forbidden to enter the war zone, except at their own risk. Insist that the nation shall not be plunged into war for the benefit of plundering capitalists. 71. In Cleveland, Charles E. Ruthenberg responded immediately to the appeal to gather the masses in meetings and demonstrations by calling a series of anti-war rallies. At the third rally, Ruthenberg shared the platform with Debs, who told the cheering audience, "There is absolutely no reason, no excuse for plunging this country into the European hell of slaughter. To do this would be nothing less than a monstrous crime against the American people." 12. In New York, the Socialist Suffrage Committee announced that socialist women, organized for work for socialism and the winning of woman suffrage, have thrown all our forces unreservedly into the war against war. Praising the socialist women, National Secretary Adolf Germer urged the membership to keep up the war on war. "Comrades," he wrote, "we have every reason for congratulating ourselves for so far keeping this nation out of the European war. It is largely due to our efforts that Congress has not declared war." 73. Proposals for a general strike. But what if the party were unable to check the inexorable drift toward war? On February 4, 1917, James H. Maurer, president of the Pennsylvania Federation of Labor, answered this question at the Socialist Literary Society in New York with the statement that he favored a nationwide strike in opposition to any declaration of war. 74. A month later, Debs told a New York audience, overflowing into the streets outside Cooper Union, that all the workers of the country must strike in case of war. With his old fiery spirit, Debs declared that he would rather be backed up against a granite wall and shot as a traitor than go to war for Wall Street. 75. Karl Liebknecht, who had been expelled from the Social Democratic Party, stripped of his Reichstag seat, and sentenced to 4 years in prison for opposing Germany in the war, embodied, Debs insisted, the true position and infallible test of international socialism for all socialists. Debs was ready to do everything possible to end the war should the United States become involved, even if this should require a general strike. 76. But such talk met with opposition in leading socialist circles. In an interview in the New York Times Magazine section on February 11, 1917, Hillquit declared that in the event of war, the Socialist Party would not hinder the government through strikes or by a fight against conscription. As a member of the Reichstag, Liebknecht could not be arrested. He was therefore conscripted into the army in an effort to silence him. But there, too, Liebknecht continued his fight against the war. On May 1, 1916, while he was on leave in Berlin, he addressed a tremendous anti-war May Day demonstration in the great public square in front of the Kaiser's palace. In full uniform, Liebknecht called upon the German people to stop the war. "Our enemies," he cried, "are not the English, French, or Russian workers, but the great German capitalists and their executive committee, the government." This time he was promptly arrested, and after being dishonorably discharged from the army, given a 2.5-year prison sentence. Because he continued to denounce the war and militarism during his appeal to a higher court, the sentence was increased to 4 years. Heinz Wohlgemuth, Karl Liebknecht, Eine Biografie, Berlin, 1973, pp. 235-354. Hillquit had an opportunity to demonstrate that he meant what he said. At a meeting of the New York County Socialist Party on March 4, he vigorously opposed a resolution pledging New York socialists to encourage strikes and resist recruiting in the event of war with Germany. Hillquit asserted that, "We should be asses to tell members of local New York that they must risk death and imprisonment rather than join the army." As a consequence of Hillquit's opposition, the resolution was defeated. In its place, a compromise measure was adopted which, though it pledged socialist opposition to the war, omitted any encouragement of strikes. 77. Socialist Congressman Meyer London also publicly opposed the idea of a strike against war. In an interview in the New LVRK Tribune, London stated that if the United States entered the war, American socialists would follow the lead of the European socialists and support their government. Any talk of a general strike was pure fantasy. 78. But this did not kill the idea of a strike or other forms of direct action in the event the United States become involved in the war. At a large gathering in Minneapolis, the Minnesota Socialist Party adopted resolutions which urged all workers to refuse to fight in case of war. At a mass anti-war meeting in Cleveland, under the leadership of Ruthenberg, a resolution of the Ohio Socialists was adopted affirming in part, "We refuse to be led forth to slash, stick, shoot, kill other working men, for our hearts are not full of hatred, we are not obsessed with vile passions, we are not patriotically insane." 79. The February Revolution in Russia. On March 12, 1917, the world-shaking Russian Revolution began, and 3 days later the Tsar abdicated. The February Revolution in Russia, March 9–14, 1917, by the Western calendar aroused widespread rejoicing in the United States. The forces favoring participation in World War I were, of course, pleased by the news from Russia that the Tsar had abdicated and that a provisional government under Prince George E. Lvov, a liberal nobleman, had assumed power, with Alexander Kerensky, soon to become Minister of War and Premier of the Provisional Government, as Minister of Justice. The February Revolution had solved a dilemma for them. The U.S. war propaganda machine, beating the drums for a war for democracy, could not be convincing so long as the Tsar of all the Russias was one of the allies. Now the blood of revolution seemed to have purged Russia of past sins. 80. Socialists, of course, were thrilled by the news from Russia, and none more so than the Jewish socialists from Eastern Europe who expressed their joy at the overthrow of the hated Tsarism with overflow meetings and dancing in the streets. 81. While the Russian Revolution strengthened pro-Ally sentiment in socialist circles in the United States, including some Jewish socialists, it also stimulated greater interest in direct action to prevent the government of the United States from leading the people into war. As most Americans concentrated their attention on the provisional government in Russia, many socialists watched the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, which had begun to function as a sort of dual government, issuing its own proclamations. When, on March 27, the Soviet advised the workers of all countries to take matters into their own hands and put an end to the war, men like Hillquit and London were horrified, but many U.S. socialists were excited. 82. The wave of strikes in the warring countries in the spring of 1917 further strengthened the forces in the Socialist Party favoring direct action. In France, Italy, and Great Britain, the strike movement became increasingly prominent. In Great Britain, during the first quarter of 1917, the network of organizations of shop stewards spread all over the country. Simultaneously with this, there were massive successful wage struggles. In Germany, too, the strike movement began to build up. The reduction of the bread ration and the drafting of Richard Muller, the trade union secretary of the war opposition, were the immediate causes of the strike. The shortage of coal, clothing, and food was an additional cause, as well as, in every country, war weariness. 83. The position of pro-Ally socialists. But while many in the socialist membership were moving toward a direct battle against the United States government as the likelihood of war came closer each day, socialists like John Spargo, Phelps Stokes, Walling, Upton Sinclair, Ghent, and Russell shifted even closer to outright support of the Wilson administration's pro-war policies. This process was hastened, of course, by the fact that that dubious Democrat, the Tsar of Russia, was no longer one of the Allies. The March 1917 edition of the Socialist Party Bulletin carried a statement signed by a number of prominent socialists labeled, Democratic Defense, a Practical Program for Meant did not specifically call for support of the Allied powers, it implied as much by asserting that the proper aim of socialist world politics at the present time is an alliance of the politically advanced nations for the defense of the democratic principle throughout the world. 84. A statement similar in many respects to the one in the party bulletin, signed by nearly all the same signatories, was published in the New York Call toward the end of March, asserting the present opposition of the Socialist Party to national defense is contrary to the interests of democracy and contrary to the hitherto accepted views of the International Socialist Movement. In an editorial 2 days later, the call invited socialists to express their opinions on the issues raised by this statement. 85. It soon became clear that, despite their positions of prominence in the socialist movement, these dissenting intellectuals did not have even a significant minority of the party membership on their side. The call was flooded with letters attacking the authors of the statement unmercifully. The gist of the criticism was summed up by one correspondent who called the dissenters a group of bourgeois-minded fellows who cannot be trusted. On March 31, the call estimated that its mail was opposed to the dissenters by a ratio of 40 to 1. 86. Call for emergency national convention. What would be our stand in case of war? The Chicago North Side, Finnish Socialist branch asked the National Executive Committee early in March 1917. 87. The committee was confronted with a host of similar questions when it met at its monthly meeting in Chicago on March 10, 1917. A proclamation issued by the committee appealed to the workers and to all liberty-loving citizens of the United States to protest the impending entrance of the nation into the war. But the committee also felt it was necessary to decide what the party policy toward the war should be once this nation became a belligerent. Hence, it decided to call an emergency party convention. It was to be a meeting of 200 delegates from all over the country, selected by the state organizations in whatever manner they saw fit. The states themselves were to finance their own delegates. After several efforts to obtain an available hall elsewhere had failed, the city chosen was St. Louis. 88. The plan for an emergency convention was quickly approved by the National Committee with only token opposition, and a call, signed by Berger, Hillquit, Anna A. Maley, John Spargo, and John M. Work of the NEC, and Adolf Germer, National Secretary, was published in the Socialist Press. Party members were informed that the special convention would be held on April 7, that it was not a regular proceeding under our Constitution. It is an emergency measure necessitated by the sudden gravity of the situation which confronts the country, the working class and the socialist movement. Since the Executive Committee really had no constitutional power to call such a meeting, the call expressed confidence that the decision will meet the hearty support of the vast majority of the party membership. It went on to explain, the time is short, the danger is imminent, delay may be fatal. If war should break out, our party must present greater fidelity to principle, greater unity of purpose and greater solidarity of action than ever. Only a full and representative convention, followed by a speedy vote of the whole membership, can lay down an authoritative, uniform and effective socialist course of action against war and during war. Only the determined and concerted effort of the whole membership will conserve and strengthen our movement in this most critical period of our history. To work, comrades. Elect your full quota of delegates without delay, contribute the funds to defray the necessary expenses. The war agitation of our ruling classes must be met by us with redoubled energy. War, if it comes, must not find us unprepared. S9. U.S. declares war. On March 20, 1917, President Wilson opened the cabinet session with the statement that he did not see from a practical point of view what else could be done to safeguard American vessels more than had already been done unless we declared war or declared that a state of war existed, and that the power to do this lay with Congress. 9. He therefore asked whether Congress should be called to an earlier special session, and what course should be recommended to it. In the discussion that followed, Secretary of State Lansing stated that, in my opinion, an actual state of war existed today between this country and Germany. Yet to go to war, solely because American ships had been sunk and Americans killed, would cause debate, so he urged that emphasis be placed on larger reasons for war. The democratic struggle against German militarism and autocracy, a struggle made more acceptable by the recent revolution. 91. All the other members of the cabinet agreed that a declaration of war was necessary, and urged it upon the president. On March 21, President Wilson called a special session of Congress for April 2. In a last desperate effort to halt the headlong dash for war, the Socialist Party's Emergency Committee on March 30 urged Wilson to oppose a declaration of war, to warn all citizens to avoid the war zones and to submit the question of war to a referendum by the people. You will pay in blood and suffering, Ruthenberg warned in a leaflet on April 1, of which 50,000 copies were handed out to Clevelanders that Sunday morning. The leaflet continued in Ruthenberg's words, "If we make war against Germany, it will be to protect the property rights and commercial interests of the capitalist class of this country. It is the workers who will pay the cost of war in blood and suffering. The capitalists will make more profits. Make your voice heard for peace. Join us in upholding the principles of peace and fraternity." 92. On April 2, 1917, Wilson delivered his war message to Congress in which he stated that neutrality was no longer desirable, and termed the recent course of Germany nothing less than war, against the United States. He asked Congress to declare war on Germany, for the ultimate peace of the world and for the liberation of the people. The world must be made safe for democracy. Brushing aside a last plea from Senator LaFollette to let the people vote on the question, Congress passed a joint resolution on April 6 declaring war on the German Empire. 93. On April 7, 192 delegates crowded into the banquet hall of the Planters Hotel in St. Louis to attend the National Emergency Convention of the Socialist Party of America. They found awaiting them a message from local Cleveland, written by Ruthenberg. We are being tested by fire. Let us set an example of fidelity to our principles, and send our comrades the world over the inspiring message that at least one section of the international working class has kept faith in the hour of trial. 94. The St. Louis Convention. The main question facing the delegates on April 7, 1917 was whether they should abandon their anti-war principles now that the United States Congress had declared war. A.M. Simons, Benson, and Spargo actually hoped that the convention would follow them into the Allied camp and endorse the war, a war which Simons described as the last great war to abolish all the trumpery of war. 95. A number of delegates feared that the convention might adopt either a lukewarm anti-war declaration or none at all. In fact, Ruthenberg, while he did not completely share this fear, tried to strengthen the anti-war forces in St. Louis by attempting to enlist Debs, probably the most influential anti-war voice in the party. But Debs refused to attend. Ruthenberg and a group of delegates then drove in two cars 150 miles to Terre Haute to make a personal appeal to Debs to change his mind, but they failed. Debs insisted that his opposition to the war was sufficiently well known by the delegates and that his presence was unnecessary. 96. He turned out to be right. A majority of the 193 delegates from 44 states, assembled at the Planters Hotel, soon made it clear that they were in no mood to follow the lead of the pro-war socialists. They were bitterly opposed to the war and prepared to endorse any program of active opposition to it. Hillquit made this clear in the convention's keynote speech. We, the Socialist Party of the United States, are today the only permanently organized force that has still retained a clear vision, an unclouded mind, in the general din of confusion and passion and unreason, and it devolves upon us to continue our opposition to this criminal war even now after it has been declared. The stenographic report of the proceedings noted that this declaration was followed by applause and cries of good. 97. The responsibility for formulating the party position on the war was given to a special committee on war and militarism that was instructed to hold hearings and receive all proposals. The committee was chaired by Kate Richards O'Hare of St. Louis, who had spent most of her time during the past months opposing the war. The 14 other members were Hillquit, Algernon Lee, and Louis Boudin of New York City, Dan Hogan, a socialist newspaper publisher of Huntington, Arkansas, Ruthenberg and Frank Midney of Ohio, Victor Berger of Milwaukee, Kate Sadler of Washington State, Patrick Quinlan of New Jersey, Job Harriman of California, Spargo of Vermont and New York City, Maynard Shipley of Maryland, George Spees of Connecticut, and Walter P. Dillon of New Mexico. 98. Ruthenberg was chosen secretary of the committee, and was placed on the subcommittee to draft resolutions, along with Lee and Hillquit. The committee spent the better part of a week hearing proposals for its report. On the eve of the convention, O'Hare published the article, My Country, in Social Revolution, in which she rejected patriotism and nationalism in favor of internationalism. She urged Americans to learn a lesson from the experience of the 10 million dead men who wrought on the battlefields of Europe, men who had made the mistake of being nationalists, first, and socialists, labor unionists and Christians, second. She vowed, if need be, I will give my life and the life of my mate, to serve my class, but never with my consent. Will they be given to add to the profits and protect the stolen wealth of the bankers, food speculators and ammunition makers? Kate Richards O'Hare, My Country, Social Revolution, April, 1917, p. 5. Reprinted in Philip S. Foner and Sally Miller, eds. Kate Richards O'Hare, Selected Writings and Speeches, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 1982, pp. 163-65. There were 3 reports to the delegates, a majority report and 2 minority reports. The majority report, drafted by Hillquit, Lee, and Ruthenberg, began, The Socialist Party of the United States in the present grave crisis reaffirms its allegiance to the principle of internationalism and working-class solidarity the world over, and proclaims its unalterable opposition to the war just declared by the government of the United States. It continued with statements of opposition to class rule and sham national patriotism, and urged workers to refuse to support their governments in war. After analyzing the causes of the war, the report set forth 3 theses. We brand the declaration of war by our government as a crime against the people of the United States and against the nations of the world. In all modem history there has been no war more unjustifiable than the war in which we are about to engage. No greater dishonor has ever been forced upon a people than that which the capitalist class is forcing upon this nation against its will. The report concluded with a call for an even more vigorous prosecution of the class struggle during wartime, and pledged socialists to a 7-point program for action. The points included continuous active and public opposition to the war, through demonstrations, mass petitions, and all other means within our power, unyielding opposition to all proposed legislation for military or industrial conscription, opposition to any attempt to raise money for the payment of war expenses by taxing the necessaries of life or issuing bonds which will put the burden upon future generations, vigorous resistance to all reactionary measures, such as censorship of press and mails, restriction of the right of free speech, assemblage and organization, or compulsory arbitration and limitation of the right of strike, extension of the campaign of education among the workers to organize them into strong, class-conscious and closely unified political and industrial organizations, to enable them, by concerted and harmonious mass action, to shorten this war and establish lasting peace. The socialization of the great industries concerned with Ruthenberg also presented his own proposal in the form of a manifesto against war, which he had written, and which had already been adopted by local Cleveland. The manifesto explained that the war was the result solely of American capitalists' greed for profits, and called upon the workers to use their organized industrial power to stop this war, by declaring a general strike and thus save the people from the horrors which have engulfed Europe. Socialist News, April 7, 1917. This call for a general strike was rejected by the war and militarism community and omitted from its recommendations. The production, transportation, storage and the marketing of food and other necessaries of life, and the socialization of all agricultural land which is now held out of use for monopolistic or speculative profit. Finally, these measures are presented as means of protecting the workers against the evil results of the present war. The danger of recurrence of war will exist as long as the capitalistic system of industry remains in existence. The end of war will come with the establishment of socialized industry and industrial democracy the world over. The Socialist Party calls upon all workers to join it in its struggle to reach its goal, and thus bring into the world a new society in which peace, fraternity and human brotherhood will be the dominant ideals. 99. The majority report failed to include in its 7-point program for action a call for a general strike recommended by Ruthenberg, the key left spokesperson at the convention. But it was mainly Ruthenberg's influence that made the report much more radical than Hillquit, Berger and others of the center and right had envisaged. Before the convention met, Hillquit had predicted that the delegates would not support the war, but would, once it was declared, decide only to urge an early cessation of hostilities. 100 through the Milwaukee leader, Berger had urged a similar course of action. Believing that socialists could do nothing to stop the war, he suggested that they work for an early peace and spend the duration of the war urging internal reforms such as widespread nationalization, and ensuring that civil liberties were preserved. 101. Even though Hillquit read the majority report to the convention, it was clear that he had been pressured by the left into accepting it. In later years, he characterized the report as extraordinarily aggressive, defiant, and provocative. Had it been adopted under more normal circumstances, he asserted, it would have been couched in more moderate and less irritating language. 102. The majority report was signed by 11 members of the War and Militarism Committee: Hillquit, Lee, Berger, Midney, Hogan, Quinlan, O'Hare, Ruthenberg, Shipley, Harrison, and Spies. Committee members Boudin, Sadler, and Dillon signed a minority anti-war report drawn up by Boudin, while Spargo, the 15th member of the committee, issued his own pro-war report. 103. After going into the causes of the war and warning of a permanent military establishment, Boudin's report concluded that we must oppose this war with all the powers of our command. But when it came to spelling out a program of action, Boudin's suggestions differed very little from those set forth in the majority report. In fact, most socialists regarded Boudin's report as unnecessary. 104. Spargo's report, representing the interventionists, called for support of the war. He set out to prove that this position was not contrary to socialist principles of internationalism, and his proof consisted of the statement that socialists were not pacifists, and therefore could fight in just wars, of which this was one. Spargo did not claim that the U.S. entrance into the war was wholly due to a determination to fight for democracy, and he conceded that the war was in the interests of American capitalists. But he pressed the view that regardless of capitalist motives, it was a fact that on one side were reigned the greatest autocracies of the world, while on the other side, especially since the revolution in Russia, were the most progressive and democratic nations in the world. It should be clear to any objective observer that the victory of the Allies would promote freedom and democracy. Therefore, Spargo concluded, now that the war was an accomplished fact, for the reasons stated we hold that it is our socialist duty to make whatever sacrifices may be necessary to enable our nation and its allies to win the war as speedily as possible. 105. The majority report was adopted overwhelmingly by the convention. It received 140 votes, Bodine's minority anti-war report, 31 votes, and Spargo's pro-war report, 5 votes, 106. Thus, the Emergency National Convention of the Socialist Party proclaimed the party's unalterable opposition to the war just declared by the government of the United States. The American socialists had not followed the road taken by the vast majority of their comrades overseas, but had maintained their anti-war position even after their government had declared war. Although he had hoped that his proposal for a general strike would be adopted and made part of the majority report, Ruthenberg had only words of praise for the final document. As he informed the members of local Cleveland, "No compromise" was the keynote of the Emergency National Convention of the party at St. Louis. The declaration in regard to war and militarism is a clear-cut statement of socialist principles. In adopting it, the convention wrote one of the finest pages of the history of the working-class movement, for it placed the party on record as opposing the government and refusing to recede the slightest from its previous position after war had been declared. 107. Departure of pro-war socialists. Not all anti-war socialists were as enthusiastic as Ruthenberg. The New York Call gloomily predicted that the radical tone of the majority report would cause dissension and disharmony in the party to grow. 108. It did not take long before this prediction was realized. Even before the majority report was adopted, Charles Edward Russell wrote to J. Phelps Stokes proposing that all socialists who believed in an Americanized party should resign in a body if the convention takes any disloyal action. 109. When the report was adopted, resignations en masse did not occur, but from the middle of May 1917, when it was becoming clear that the majority report was going to win a vote of confidence from the membership, the pro-war socialists began withdrawing one by one from the Socialist Party. Spargo, Russell, Simons, Gaylord, Benson, and others left. A number had held important posts. Spargo was on the National Executive Committee at the time war was declared. Stokes had been president of the Intercollegiate Socialist Society, and Benson, as we have seen, had been the party's presidential candidate in 1916. 110. Although the departing socialists each proclaimed his or her disillusionment with the party as they left, they expressed agreement on the following points. 1. The Socialist Party was now un-American and pro-German, and had demonstrated treasonable sympathy for Germany. 2. Some party leaders, especially Hillquit and Berger, were openly pro-German. 3. The party no longer represented the best interests of the working class. 4. Men who were both socialists and patriots could no longer remain in the party. And 5. A new nonpartisan organization should be created which would devote itself to working for true principles of socialism and industrial democracy. 111. The pro-war socialists were in a minority, however, and they were repudiated by those who remained in the party for, as Debs put it, attempting to do for the United States just what the cowardly and traitorous German socialists did for Germany. The patriots who rushed to arms, when the cry of danger to the fatherland is raised by the aristocrats and plutocrats who own it, are not socialists, Debs thundered. They belong to the ruling class as its willing hirelings, and the sooner every mother's son of them is out of the movement, the better it will be for the movement. 112. Apart from Simons, Stokes, and Russell, most of the departing socialists had delayed their break with the party, hoping that the membership, actually, the pro-war socialists had already begun preliminary work for the establishment of a new organization to be called the Social Democratic League of America. Kenneth E. Henriksen Jr., the pro-war socialists, the Social Democratic League, and the ill-fated Drive for Industrial Democracy in America, 1917-1920, Labor History 11, Summer 1970. 310. Would reject the majority report when it was submitted to them in a referendum. Spargo, for example, in sending Simons a copy of his minority report, added, "I am quite certain that in the party itself a very large number of people hold most of the views that I have set forth." 111. In Chicago on July 7, 1917, it was announced that the majority report had been ratified by the party membership by a vote of 21,699 to 2,752. 14. Although a few members now resigned, the vast majority remained in the party, and continued, even with the possibility of imprisonment, to voice their objections to the war. Weaknesses of the socialist parties. Anti-war stand. Despite its principled stand in refusing to support the U.S. government in an imperialist war, the Socialist Party's anti-war position was weakened from the outset by at least two important tendencies. One was the refusal of the party to organize or cooperate with non-socialists against the war. There were, to be sure, socialist voices raised for such cooperation. Meyer London suggested that the party get all the labor elements together in an efficient committee, call in delegates of the other organizations that are working for peace, the suffragists, the anti-armament groups, the churches, don't leave one out, and thus organized, a protest against the United States entering any offensive war will be felt in Washington. 115 Paul H. Douglas, executive member of the Intercollegiate Socialist Society, told a society convention that the socialists, while emphasizing the radical difference between the peace movement and that of the bourgeois peace advocates, should cooperate temporarily with the anti-war forces. 116. Some resolutions were introduced in the socialist locals, the National Executive Committee and the National Committee endorsing cooperation, and some steps were taken in that direction. In mid-August, 1914, the Executive Committee of local New York invited labor groups to a conference to deal with problems raised by the war. Local New York assured the invited unions, the labor conference will not be under the control of the Socialist Party, but free to act as it deems fit. 117. The National Committee of the Socialist Party followed suit and adopted a motion by Arthur Le Sueur in September 1914, urging that the Committee on Immediate Action and the National Committee bring about two socialists, Carl D. Thompson and John C. Kennedy, were on the Executive Committee of the Emergency Federation of Peace Forces in Chicago. American Socialist, Feb. 13, 1915. Complete cooperation on the part of labor and labor organizations to call a delegate convention of all labor organizations and for delegates from conventions of unemployed and unorganized labor, for the purpose of formulating a program to cover the concerted activities of labor in reference to 1. Unemployment, 2. Government by gunmen, 3. Program of labor in case of war. Opponents of the proposal held it to be futile. Berger said that it would fail because the American Federation of Labor would dumb it down and the railroad brotherhoods and the ~W were unimportant. Hillquit said it would meet with little response, and Gaylord called it impractical and useless. Without enthusiasm and without any campaign to publicize the idea behind the proposal, letters were sent to various labor organizations and the Socialist Party sat back and waited. Then in December 1914, the National Committee was advised by the National Executive Committee that no further action looking toward such action be taken at this time, because the National Secretary had received replies, almost uniformly of a negative or indifferent character. 118 thus ended the one and only Socialist Party effort to mobilize organized labor in the United States against the war. Later, the Subcommittee on Disarmament and International Peace recommended to the NEC that the Socialist Party cooperate in and take aggressive action looking to the federation of all peace forces that will agree to work for the principal elements of our party. But the recommendation got nowhere, its opponents arguing that unless peace advocates were also prepared to support the abolition of capitalism, they were not fit to cooperate with. 119 inches. What we are asking, the New York Call said frankly in an editorial, is that socialist principles and ideas shall dominate in concerted action for peace, and they cannot coincide with the demand. Until this dilemma was resolved, it concluded, we cannot perhaps do better than continue with the regular socialist propaganda. 120. Another tendency that weakened the Socialist Party's anti-war position was defeatism. Since war was inevitable under capitalism, a number of anti-war socialists argued there was little point to devoting attention to preventing the entrance of the United States into the war. Moreover, they claimed the Socialist Party simply did not have much power to influence the government. Hillquit, for example, emphasized that the socialists are in a minority and do not possess the measure of political power required for effective prevention of the war. 121e. F. Atwood, secretary of the South Dakota Socialist Party, wrote, "Why should our efforts be wasted in attempting to curb capitalism at war? We have not the power. War is the legitimate fruit of capitalism. What is the use of cutting off the branches one at a time? 122 The Milwaukee leader was convinced that American entrance into the European war was inevitable, and that not even the voting majority of this country will be able to stop it. 123 Workers looking for a way to stop the war, or at least to keep the U.S. out of it, found too many groups in the Socialist Party who had no hope of success. We socialists do not control events, the call explained to such workers. The best thing was for the workers to understand this truth, that we simply may not be able to stem the tide of militarism dragging the United States into the war. 124 Left-wingers challenged the defeatism being expressed in party journals. John Macy wrote that regardless of the obstacles, socialists must vigorously combat the drive to get the United States into the war. He insisted that no determined minority relaxes effort even though that effort will meet immediate defeat. 125 left-wingers at the New York State Convention in 1916 pushed through a resolution declaring that, while we consider militarism and war as normal accompaniments of capitalism, we do not accept the fatalistic idea that it is futile to combat war and militarism while capitalism still exists. 126 Local Cleveland, under the leadership of Ruthenberg, rejected the fatalistic idea and carried on a persistent and consistent campaign against the war drive. 121 Fortunately, it was this approach and not the defeatism of the Milwaukee leader and the New York call that prevailed at the emergency convention in St. Louis and in the declaration against the war overwhelmingly adopted by the delegates. While it was not without weaknesses, the St. Louis Majority Report was, in the words of one student, the most eloquent monument to American socialism. 128 Louis Freyna was critical of the Majority Report for not stressing sufficiently the role of American imperialism in bringing the United States into the war. America did not enter the war just because profits were threatened by the renewal of submarine war, although that was a factor, Freyna maintained. It entered to use the opportunity of war to prepare the necessary national psychology and armed forces for the greater clash of imperialism that is coming. Class Struggle, May to June, 1917, pp. 22-23. Later, Anthony Bimba criticized the Majority Report for failing to call upon European workers to fight for peace by waging a merciless struggle against their own bourgeoisie. History of the American Working Class, New York, 1927, page 258. Chapter 2. Organized Labor and World War I, 1914-1915. The cause of World War I. The first reaction of organized labor in the United States when the war exploded in Europe in August 1914 was to call it a European squabble that should be widely condemned. As far as labor was concerned, the cause of the war was easy to determine. Perhaps for the first and last time, the industrial workers of the world, the AFL unions, the railroad brotherhoods, and even the surviving locals of the Knights of Labor agreed in their assessment of blame for the conflict. The IWW declared that the responsibility of the war rests upon the shoulders of European capitalists. The coast seamen saw the cause of the war in the capitalistic system, which is based on organized violence, on the shameful exploitation of all nations. The locomotive firemen also located the roots of the war in business capitalism. Merchants of one country are being beaten by those of another country and their respective governments proceed to settle the matter by war. The Knights of Labor declared that the war broke out in order that monopolistic commercialism shall be supreme under some one flag, upholding some one ruler above the rest of the world. The present war, the railway conductors maintained, is for markets, imperial and commercial supremacy. Greed, the desire for more money at any cost, was the reason given by the United Mine Workers, and the Western Federation of Miners declared, in the final analysis, capitalism is the breeder of war. In discussing the war in his annual report to the Missouri State Federation of Labor, President Reuben Wood voiced the prevalent view in labor circles. Let us not forget that this world war is nothing else but a capitalist business war between the ruling classes of Europe and the tremendously powerful war. Machines operated by modern militarism are simply the police power of those ruling classes in the several war countries. Point 2. Just as American socialists found ready excuses for the failure of European socialists to oppose their governments in the war, so U.S. labor excused international labor's failure to stop the war. The war came so quickly, declared the cigar makers, that practically no one except the kings and potentates had any chance to take a decided stand against it. The carpenters charged that the workers were forced into the struggle. The trade unions were swept into the conflagration, the shoe workers claimed. It was a matter beyond their control. The molders believed that the peace policies of international labor were still valid, and had failed only because they were put to the test too soon and before they had time to take such firm roots as to make them sufficiently strong to stand the strain. 3. Labor for strict neutrality. With capitalism identified as the cause of the war, with international labor considered as having been forced into the conflict, U.S. labor immediately raised the cry that the war was of no concern to the United States, that the American nation must be neutral in thought as well as in action. However, while maintaining a position of neutrality in deed, many workers developed partisanship in opinion and sympathy. As might be expected, German-American trade unionists, while opposed to the war, were sympathetic to their native land. The guiding principle that determined the sympathy of most Jewish workers was their deep hatred of Russian Tsarism. Similarly, large numbers of Irish-American workers expressed their hatred of British oppression of Ireland by being pro-German. 4. But the vast majority of trade unions urged a policy of strict neutrality. For the sake of ultimate peace, for the preservation of what civilization we can claim, warned the United Mine Workers, America must remain neutral. The locomotive firemen proclaimed that the United States is essentially a non-military nation and in the present crisis is and must be neutral in every sense. It's the duty of every trade unionist, warned the Mulders, to curb his sentiments at this time, to place a bridle upon his tongue so that it shall give no offense. The Western Federation of Miners called upon the government to begin immediately, putting up bars against loans or furnishing supplies of any character to the nations involved. 5. But what if the United States faced the danger of being drawn into the conflict? A number of unions suggested radical means of meeting the problem. If labor unites to use the powers already in its hands, the stove mounters suggested, there will never be a war. Others were more specific. In the event of American involvement, the United Mine Workers threatened to call a general strike, thereby stopping all industry and transportation. The IWW was positive that this was the only way to prevent U.S. involvement, and urged that arrangements must be made for the general strike. 6. Most unions, however, were satisfied that there were more moderate ways to prevent U.S. involvement. Show war in all its true horror, the Western Federation of Miners suggested, and there would be no stampede to get into the conflict. The same theme was stressed in a number of trade union journals. 7. On August 6, 1914, the Central Federated Union (CFU) of Greater New York vigorously denounced the war. The resolution, asserting that it spoke for 600,000 workers, including German-American, Irish-American, Jewish-American and Italian-American working-class groups, declared that the CFU deprecates this war, which will result in the killing and maiming of millions of innocent people and the destruction of their industries. The continuation of the strife will be reflected in the United States, for, while certain of our productions might be used to supplant those of Europe, this very fact will tend to increased prices here of general commodities and add to the present strained economic conditions of our people. The CFU called upon the American Federation of Labor throughout this country to express sympathy with our brothers of the countries affected, and to make certain that the United States would not be drawn into this butchery and bloodletting. 8. Gompers begins to vacillate. Although the AFL was not scheduled to meet until November in annual convention, President Gompers did not wait to express his views on the war. When the conflict broke out, Gompers immediately denounced the war as unnatural, unjustified and unholy, and undesirable from every viewpoint. 9. The war, he charged, had but one aim: to divert attention from domestic problems and to demoralize organized labor so that it could no longer be a threat to the entrenched dynasties. In a letter of August 6, 1914, he wrote, "I will gladly go to any length and associate myself with any movement to bring to an end the present European struggle in which will make for permanent international peace and the democratization of the institutions of the world, and abolish international war for all time to come." 10. Gompers asked the typographers, who were holding their convention in mid-August, to protest against this frightful and unjustifiable European war. No international trade union can afford to meet without declaring itself on this brutal, unnecessary war. 11. Gompers' initial reaction toward the war gave way all too soon. This should not have come as a surprise. Since its inception, there had been distinct limitations to Gompers' pacifism. An example of this is the address he delivered at the First National Arbitration and Peace Congress in New York City on April 12, 1907. The 8th session of the Congress was entitled, "Organized Labor in Relation to the Peace Movement," and Gompers made the principal speech. He warned, nor will the workers longer consent to permit ourselves to be utilized as the fighting force to be murdered and mowed down to conquer the markets of barbarians. But having made his bow to radicalism, Gompers retreated quickly. Turning to disarmament, he cautioned that, to disarm when the world is an armed camp outside would mean for that country to be wiped off the face of the map. To the astonishment of many in the audience, Gompers then offered a defense of war. Labor had to fight for its rights sometimes, he said, and nations had to do the same. 12. Another example of the limitations of Gompers' pacifism could be seen just before the outbreak of World War I, when the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace arranged with Gompers to publish a compilation of his anti-war utterances. While the manuscript was at the printer, war broke out in Europe. Gompers rushed to the printer to get that damn fool stuff he had written, and stopped its publication. 13. In contrast to most trade unionists, Gompers acknowledged no economic forces involved in World War I and never once mentioned imperialism. He regarded aristocracy as basically responsible for the war and placed the main blame on the Kaiser. He played down the fact that the Tsar of Russia was in the Allied camp, and he made it clear that when the other labor speakers were Terence V. Powderly, former Grand Master Workman of the Knights of Labor, Leonore O'Reilly of the Women's Trade Union League, and James J. Murphy, president of the New York Typographical Union. Powderly echoed Gompers, noting that the organized working man wanted peace, but not peace at a sacrifice of honor. Leonore O'Reilly made the best speech of the session. Among other things, she pointed out that 1 year of war, based on the statistics revealed during the Russo-Japanese War, cost $730 million. All this for destruction. There was a movement for industrial education of children, but this had to compete with money used to wage war. The way to assure the success of the education movement was to do away with war. Proceedings of the National Arbitration and Peace Congress, New York, 1907 pp. 232, 234. Spoke of autocratic power by irresponsible monarchies, he meant Germany and Austria. 14. As early as Labor Day, September 7, 1914, while condemning the war as one of aggrandizement and conquest, Gompers saw some positive aspects emerging from the conflict: international labor solidarity, international law, a system of arbitration, and a code of international morality as a standard for the maintenance of peace. At about the same time, as he later confessed in his autobiography, he decided that he was no longer a pacifist. Intellectual appreciation of peace, Gompers wrote in The American Federationist, does not automatically prevent war. He blamed his retreat from pacifism on the disillusionment that swept over him at the failure of international labor to stop the war. 15. From the outset of the war, Gompers urged the United States to pursue a policy of strict neutrality. But his secretary, Florence Tomei, who knew Gompers better than anyone else, defined his attitude toward neutrality as similar to that of the U.S. government. He was quite oblivious to Great Britain's invasion of our freedom on the high seas, but he recounted vividly damages to our shipping and losses of lives by German submarines. He seemed personally committed to aid Great Britain. The 1914 AFL Convention. On the eve of the 34th Annual AFL Convention, held in Philadelphia in November 1914, Ralph M. Easley, Executive Secretary of the National Civic Federation, wrote to Gompers expressing his hope that the American Federation of Labor will make clear to the public the difference between its anti-war standpoint and that of the Socialist Party. Specifically, Easley hoped that the AFL would repudiate the campaign being made by the Socialist Party to starve the war and feed America, and Benson's proposal that no war should be engaged in until after the people had voted upon it. 17. Gompers assured Easley he had nothing to worry about, and that these issues would be properly taken care of by the AFL convention. On Benson's proposal, he commented, "I wonder how they would have carried out in Germany, France, and England their program for a people's vote in declaring war. As for the Socialist Party's campaign, Gompers was confident that it would not get very far. The United States was becoming a huge on the activities of the National Civic Federation and its role in shaping class collaboration ideology in the labor movement. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 3, New York, 1964, 61-110. Supplier of goods, including military supplies, for the Allies, and this was the key to recovery from the Depression that had set in early in 1914 and then been aggravated by the war's disruption of normal channels of trade. As the recovery grew with the increased sale of war materials to the Allies, the majority of workers, happy to find employment in expanding war production, would reject the campaign to starve the war and feed America. 18. As Gompers had predicted, the 1914 AFL convention took no stand in favor of either of the proposals that had so concerned easily. But it did adopt two resolutions relating to the war. The delegates unanimously adopted a proposal calling upon the trade unions to use their economic and political power on behalf of peace, and authorized the Executive Council to call a meeting of the representatives of organized labor of the different nations to meet at the time and place of the peace conference, and take such action as would lay the foundations for a more lasting peace. At the same time, the delegates sought to eliminate the economic advantages to be derived from war by unanimously resolving that all patent rights for arms, munitions and other equipment to be used for war purposes should be acquired by the government. All such equipment should be manufactured in government establishments. 19. But Gompers was able to put across his idea that the war had been started by the Central Powers. Andrew Faruseth, president of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, proposed that since no government or people could be blamed for the war, the people should judge none of those who were engaged in this war but to tender to them our profound sympathy. But, pressured by Gompers, who was a member, the Union's International Relations Committee voted non-concurrence. 20. Despite this evidence of his bias in favor of the Allied powers, the resolutions adopted by the AFL Convention caused the San Francisco Bulletin to declare with a burst of confidence that, if the AFL stands fast against war, and against policies which lead to war, the peace of the United States will be as safe as men can make it. Without the consent of the 2 million members of the AFL, the United States can never make war. 21. Although Gompers succeeded in preventing a condemnation of all the nations engaged in the war, the Bulletin did not seem to understand which way the wind was blowing. Simeon Larson sees the rejection of Faruseth's proposal as evidence that the AFL opted for a continuation of the war. Labor and Foreign Policy. Gompers, the AFL, and the First World War, 1914-1918, Rutherford, New Jersey, 1975, page .27. The 1914 IWW Convention. In the fall of 1914, the IWW Convention approved a resolution which, in substance, denounced patriotism and charged the European working class with ignorance for its willingness to continue the war. The Wobblies blamed the social democratic movements, such as that in Germany, for instilling a spirit of patriotism within political boundary lines. In contrast, the industrial movement will wipe out all boundaries and establish an international relationship between all races engaged in industry. The resolution specifically stated that IWW members will refuse to fight for any purpose except the realization of industrial freedom. 22. In one respect, the two labor conventions in the fall of 1914 were similar. Neither the AFL nor the IWW called for any concrete immediate step to retard the pro-war forces in the United States. Gompers told reporters he, emphatically, uncompromisingly opposed any scheme to enlarge the United States Army and Navy, but he said nothing at the convention on the subject, nor did the delegates take any stand on it other than to call for government ownership of the manufacture of armaments. The IWW took a fatalistic attitude that the United States was bound to enter the European conflict, and that there was not much the Wobblies or any other section of the American working class could do to prevent it. As the IWW Eastern organ, Solidarity, predicted in the fall of 1914, sooner or later the economic laws of the system were bound to plunge America into war. Thus, while it voiced opposition to the war, the IWW did nothing concrete to organize workers in opposition to American intervention. Instead, it took the position that the workers should concentrate their attention on preparing for the class struggle that was certain to erupt following the war's end. 23. Labor's peace activities in 1915. This year, 1915, is going to generate a greater hatred of war than has ever been known, the official organ of the Plumbers' Union predicted. The Journal of the Locomotive Firemen agreed, and urged, "Let us join one organization after the other in a protest against this inhuman system that makes war." 24. On February 26, 1915, the New York Central Federated Union responded, charging that certain elements were seeking to plunge the Canadian TWW announced that only suckers supported the war effort, and the Vancouver and Edmonton locals expelled members who enlisted. Ross McCormick, Reformers. Rebels and Revolutionaries. The Tilda-Stem Canadian Radical Movement 1899–1919, Toronto, 1977, pp. 119–20. United States into war. The CFU called on labor throughout the country to oppose in every way any and all attempts to inveigle the United States into the European conflict. 25. The CFU instructed its secretary to proceed with a peace meeting to be held at the Cooper Union Auditorium on April 15, 1915, under the joint auspices of the Federation and a number of peace societies. The meeting was an overflow affair with hundreds in the streets outside waiting to hear the speakers. The meeting issued a call for an embargo on shipments to the European belligerents, and to make this a reality it endorsed a resolution for a general strike among those industries employed in tea production of ammunition and food supplies destined for any of the belligerents. Reporting this stand, the New York Call deemed it a revolutionary act. 26. The next day, the CFU adopted a motion urging President Wilson to convene an International Peace Congress of neutral nations and suggested that Congress devise measures to curtail the export of food and war materials to belligerents. 27. As hysteria swept the nation in the wake of the sinking of the Lusitania on May 7, 1915, the trade unions accelerated their activity on behalf of peace. A few unions remained silent, even though they believed that there was a danger of involvement in the war growing out of the Lusitania episode. They placed complete faith in Woodrow Wilson, and expressed a willingness to accept his advice. 28. Not so, however, with the New York CFU. At its regular meeting on May 28, 1915, Joseph D. Cannon of the Western Federation of Miners suggested that the CFU lay the foundation for a powerful protest by organized labor from the Atlantic to the Pacific against embroiling this country in the European War. While it was laudable to send a labor delegation to Europe to urge the workers there to bring about peace, as the AFL convention had proposed, it was more necessary that the workers of this country unite their forces so that the United States will not be plunged into the slaughter. For the war is not one for the protection of the workers, but one of aggrandizement for the financial interests. The workers have nothing to gain, while war would still further enrich the bankers and manufacturers of armaments. The workers will be sent to the trenches to do the fighting, they will carry all the burdens of war, and it will be the toilers who must come back and pay off this huge debt, while the moneyed interests stay home and accumulate profits. The organized workers should say that they do not want to fight and that they will repudiate a war debt. Then let us see if the bankers, the mine owners, the railroad presidents will go out and do the fighting. 29. Following this militant anti-war address, the CFU appealed to all international and central labor organizations throughout the country to arouse their members on behalf of peace so that the United States would not be drawn into the war. Other groups were urged to act in concert with the CFU in a series of peace meetings. 30. On May 27, 1915, a day before the CFU issued this appeal, 8 AFL internationals based in Indianapolis met at the headquarters of the United Mine Workers United Mine Workers, International Typographical Union, stone cutters, bricklayers, carpenters, bookbinders, structural iron workers, and barbers. They voiced their opposition to war in general and called on the government to do everything possible to keep the country out of the European conflict. At the conclusion, the conference urged Gompers to call a meeting of all labor organizations if the United States should reach the point of becoming involved in the war. 31. In his study of the AFL and the First World War, Simeon Larson considers the conference as of the utmost importance. All the attending trade unions were affiliated with the AFL and represented approximately 900,000 members. Its views were broad-based and thus reflective of wide sections of the labor movement. Furthermore, Gompers could not dismiss lightly the opinions of some of the most powerful trade union leaders. He was reluctant to attack the conference openly. 32. But he could ignore the conference's request to call a meeting of all labor organizations as the threat of U.S. involvement mounted. He also ignored similar requests from the Maintenance of Way Employees Union, the Commercial Telegraphers, the Chicago Federation of Labor, and the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor. 33. Meanwhile, early in June 1915, Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan resigned, fearing that President Wilson's policy was increasing the danger of war. The New York CFU invited Bryan to address the first of the peace rallies called for in the resolution adopted on May 28. Invited to share the platform with Bryan were Samuel Gompers, Congressman Frank Buchanan and Meyer London, Joseph Holland, President of the Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen, and leaders of the various clothing unions. The object of the meeting, Ernest Boehm, CFU Corresponding Secretary, informed Gompers, is to propagate peace, and to protest against the attempt to embroil the United States into the European killing, bloodletting and maiming. The meeting was to be held at Carnegie Hall on June 19, 1915.34. In a statement to the press, Boehm noted that the members of the CFU's Peace Committee feel that the peace sentiment is sweeping through the labor movement with rapid and certain strides. The presence of Gompers at the Monster Peace Convention at Carnegie Hall would strengthen the sentiment of organized labor on the question of peace. 35. All of the others invited to participate accepted the invitation, but Gompers refused. You know, he reminded Bohm, that as far back as my young manhood I have always stood for peace. Have had an abhorrence of war, with all the brutality which it entailed. But there are some things more abhorrent than war, that is to be robbed of the birthright of justice, safety and character. If these birthrights should be endangered, if despite our reserve and self-control, we shall be dragged into it whether we like it or not, there will be one position for us to take, and that is, to be true to ourselves, true to our fellows, true to the highest ideals of humanity for which our movement stands. 36. Gompers made sure that the press received copies of the letter, and he also sent one to President Wilson. The president expressed his appreciation for Gompers' stand, and encouraged his opposition to labor's involvement with any peace organization. 37. Despite Gompers' dampening effect on the affair, the Central Federated Union proceeded with its preparations. It was vigorously supported by the United Hebrew Trades, the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, and a number of other unions. Gompers called the labor support for the meeting a small and unimportant faction of the movement, and Timothy Healy, president of the Stationary Firemen and an executive of the National Civic Federation, dismissed labor support for the meeting as being limited to socialists or Germans, who do not constitute an important part of labor. 38. Carnegie Hall was packed when Bryan arose to speak. Noting that this was the first address he was delivering since he left the cabinet, Bryan said it was logical that he should be addressing a meeting organized by the labor movement. No portion of our community is more deeply interested in the prevention of war than that element known as the labor element. Nor was this surprising, for it was the labor element that not only created the nation's wealth in time of peace, but who also fight the nation's battles in time of war. The families of the laboring men, too, suffer more from war than the families of the rich, for the soldier who is buried in an unknown grave seldom leaves an estate to safeguard his widow and his children. And it must be remembered that on the average, he leaves more children than the rich man. Bryan continued. It is natural, therefore, that a peace movement should begin with the laboring men, and it is to be expected that organized rather than unorganized labor will take the lead, because organized labor has its machinery for propaganda already existing and in operation. It is natural, also, that labor should favor the government ownership and operation of the manufacturing plants upon which the nation must rely for its weapons of defense and for the ammunition required. This reform would not only contribute to the government's independence, but it would rid the country of the menace of a sordid private interest which sails under false flags, and, professing a superior patriotism, preaches the gospel of preparedness for war, because it sees in this policy the prospect of securing rich government contracts. Bryan urged the labor movement to combat the forces of militarism and carry on a vast educational program for peace so that the danger of American involvement in the European war would become only a remote possibility. 39. Congressman Frank Buchanan of Illinois, who had taken the lead a year earlier in organizing labor's National Peace Council, called for an embargo on the shipment of arms to the belligerents in Europe. I believe that to pray for peace on the one hand and to send ammunition to Europe on the other is the height of hypocrisy, he insisted. Those who want war are the armament ring who make a profit of $200 a ton on steel used for weapons and the capitalist press who back the armament makers. It is that bunch of financial and commercial pirates who will plunge us into war, and it's our part to join to prevent it. Buchanan urged the convoking of Congress to lay an embargo on arms. Joseph Cannon of the Western Federation of Miners voiced the opinion that most of the people of the United States would be satisfied to have a war if the armies would be raised among the bankers, businessmen, and editors who wanted war. He was followed by socialist congressmen Meyer London, Ernest Bohm, and Joseph P. Holland of the International Brotherhood of Firemen, after which resolutions were adopted. One recommended that the government take over and manufacture all armaments. Another resolution favored an immediate extra session of Congress to curb the power of such criminal conspiracies as the Steel Trust, and other thieving monopolies such as the Oil Trust, Railroad and Money Trusts, which were behind the campaign to drag the United States into the European war. 40. Labor's National Peace Council. The rally at Carnegie Hall proved to be the last important activity by the New York CFU in 1915. Its subsequent activities were to be channeled through Labor's National Peace Council. As previously indicated, the council's chief organizer was Frank Buchanan, who had been a bridge builder and structural ironworker in Chicago and had served as business agent of the Bridge and Structural Iron Workers Union. Thereafter, he was elected president of the International Structural Iron Workers Union in 1901, and 10 years later he was elected a Democratic member of Congress. A labor congressman, Buchanan still retained his membership in the Chicago Structural Iron Workers Union and associated mainly with union men. 41. Late in 1914, Buchanan interested a number of Chicago trade unionists in establishing a labor peace council in that city with the aim of organizing labor opposition to U.S. intervention in the European War. To establish the movement on a national basis, Buchanan called a meeting in St. Louis on May 28, 1915. The meeting was attended by Congressman Fowler of Illinois and Gill of Missouri, Henry B. Martin, National Secretary-Treasurer of the American Anti-Trust League, and H. B. Perham, President of the Order of Railroad Telegraphers. The subject for discussion was peace or war for the United States, Perham informed Gompers, adding, "In view of the fact that the interests seem to be working assiduously toward the end that the United States shall become involved in the European war, was suggested that organized labor should hold a meeting at Washington in the near future for the purpose of strengthening the hands of the President of the United States, give our moral assistance in keeping this country free from war, and setting a good example for the working people of all countries by giving expression to humanitarian thoughts that may receive the endorsement of all right-thinking people." 42. Shortly after this meeting, Labor's Peace Council of Chicago issued a call to all labor organizations that have placed themselves on record favoring peace at home and abroad, to send delegates to a Peace Conference of Labor in Washington, June 22, 1915, for the purpose of considering the best method of procedure to ensure the attainment of organized labor's high ideals and peace sentiments. 43. A day before the Washington meeting was scheduled to begin, Buchanan talked to Gompers by telephone in an effort to win his support, and urged him to participate in the name of the American Federation of Labor. After the conversation, Gompers dictated a memorandum of his reply to Buchanan. "The whole thing," it stated, "is being engineered by the agents of the German and Austrian governments, our people made fools of, and our movement placed in a questionable position. Hilquit is the agent of the German government." Gompers warned Buchanan that the movement he was launching could bring serious consequences not only to the country but to our movement. 44. Despite this advice, Buchanan refused to call off the Washington meeting. Chicago, New York City, East Orange, NJ, and Washington, D.C. were represented by delegates at the Labor Peace Congress when it opened at the St. James's Hotel on June 22, 1915. Chicago's delegates represented Labor's Peace Council. Those from New York City, including Brooklyn and New Jersey, represented the Central Federated Union, and the Washington, D.C. delegates represented their Central Labor Union. They had assembled to crystallize, in labor's name, the prevailing sentiment for peace, voiced by the organized toilers of America, into practical action that will not only effectually circumvent the hellish designs of the dollar-crazed interests that, for the sake of financial gain, are striving to force the United States into the vortex of war's crimson flood of human gore, but will also serve as the long-prayed-for excuse that Europe's organized workers have been straining their ears to hear from American shores, and that will enable them to demand, in the name of common humanity, a cessation of hostilities. The American Federation of Labor and most of its state federations and city central labor councils had adopted strong resolutions condemning war and, in forceful language, voicing a most strenuous protest against the insidious efforts being made to embroil the United States of America in the European conflict. But, in spite of this anti-war position, these organizations were so overburdened with work dealing with various problems of direct and vital interest to their membership, they could not find time to devote to the detailed labor essential to properly arousing. There are many such resolutions of state federations of labor and city central labor councils in the AFL archives in the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. A number of city centrals adopted a resolution originally framed by the Cleveland Federation of Labor and sent to them for their consideration. The resolution began, "Whereas, the Great War of Europe has been waged for a period of more than half a year without an issue having been reached, and, with little advantage on either side, has developed into a siege that staggers mankind as it contemplates the wanton waste of human lives, the destruction of property and the calamitous visitation of unparalleled suffering and starvation and every form of misery upon vast multitudes of people." The resolution then urged all labor groups to support the bill introduced into Congress by Senator Robert M. La Follette, which empowered the president to call a conference of neutral nations that would seek to re-establish peace. Cleveland Federation of Labor to all central bodies in United States, Cleveland, February 24, 1915, AFL. Archives, State Historical Society of Wisconsin. The conscience of labor, and urge it to make its presence felt in the preservation of American neutrality and the inauguration of peace universal. Hence, it devolved upon labor's representatives at the Peace Congress to prove the courage of their convictions by establishment of a national institution having for its sole aim and object the carrying into effect, through practical action, of the essence of labor's oft-reiterated declaration of peace both at home and abroad. The new organization would be known as Labor's National Peace Council, having for its purpose the establishment and maintenance of peace universal by all honorable means. Labor's National Peace Council was led by an imposing list of trade union leaders: President, Frank Buchanan; Vice Presidents Milton Snelling, Vice President of the Steam Operating Engineers; William Kramer, Secretary-Treasurer of the Blacksmiths, Rudolph Modest, Treasurer of the Meat Cutters, Jacob C. Taylor, Vice President of the Cigar Makers Union, and Louis Strauche of the Commercial Artists. C. P. Straub of the Chicago Federation of Labor was the Secretary, and Ernest Boehm of the Central Federated Union of Greater New York, the Treasurer. 45. The Council advocated the elimination of existing private monopoly in the manufacture of the instrumentalities of war through the substitution of governmental ownership and control, the prohibition of the sale and exportation of arms and ammunition to belligerents, and strict American neutrality. The Council also called upon all international labor organizations to unite in the interest of peace and to urge speedy cessation of hostilities, so as to permit the re-establishment of reason and judgment, thereby ending a barbarous conflict that threatens civilization and checks all hope of human progress. Frank Buchanan wrote to President Wilson asking for an audience so that a committee of the Peace Council could acquaint him with the character of the various resolutions adopted by Labor's National Peace Council. When the Council was informed that the President could not be seen because of preparation for a long-delayed vacation, Buchanan informed the press that the President was accessible to rich men, but would not see representatives of the laboring classes. 46. After the Peace Congress, Buchanan sent a letter to Trade Union and Progress. The committee did visit the Secretary of the Navy and acquainted him with the aims and objects of the organization, and the Council's desire to honestly cooperate with all true champions of peace, rather than to take action that would jeopardize or embarrass any venture looking to the preservation of peace at home and the establishment of peace abroad. Typewritten Report of Labor's Peace Council, Washington, D.C., June 22, 1915, AFL. Archives, Washington, D.C. Sieve organizations and journals all over the country. He asked, will the working people of this country, in face of the horrible object lesson being taught them in Europe's war-cursed zone, show the unity of action and solidarity necessary to prevent this country from becoming involved in a similar terrible slaughter, especially when there is nothing to be gained and everything to be lost by engaging in such questionable action? As for himself, he could see absolutely nothing to be gained by becoming involved in the war other than the slaughtering of the toilers by the tens and thousands, together with the piling up of a war debt of several $billion dollars which would bear heavily upon the backs of the wealth producers of this country since they would have to pay for it. Buchanan was not for peace at any price, but he was definitely opposed to war unless it is to prevent invasion of his country, or to fight for the rights of men, for democracy against autocracy. He could see none of these issues in the European war. What he could see was that the War Munitions Trust and the Wall Street bankers were engaged in fostering a military spirit which leads to war. Only organized action could prevent these forces from dragging the United States into the European war, and labor was the most logical organization to carry out such action. Labor, being the one element in human society in an efficient state of organization and in full sympathy with the preservation of peace at home and the establishment of peace abroad, was appealed to for assistance in the establishment of an institution dedicated to the attainment of universal peace. The appeal was not in vain. A force for peace had come into existence that could not be ignored. Now was the time for every worker to declare himself for peace or war. Now was the time to organize local branches of Labor's National Peace Council, in not only the large metropolitan centers, but in every city, town and village that can muster a sufficient number of peace advocates to establish a local council. 47. Buchanan was jubilant over the results of his appeal. In a private letter in July 1915 he claimed 1 million members, and added that everything now indicates that public sentiment as well as the hundreds of government officials have been powerfully influenced by the work of the Labor Peace Council. He even ventured the opinion that the United States would have been involved in war before this time had it not been for the work of the Labor Peace Council. 48 inches. Despite his enthusiasm, Buchanan resigned as president of Labor's National Peace Council in August 1915, and was replaced by Jacob C. Taylor. Buchanan's successor was the fourth vice president and a leader in the Cigar Makers Union. Gompers and the munition strikes. While there was no real basis for such sweeping assertions, it does appear that Labor's National Peace Council was making headway in a number of industrial regions. Gompers was alarmed by reports of the council's success, and began a campaign to apply pressure on all Federation members to sever their affiliations. 49. He accused the council of being pro-German and of doing the Kaiser's work by influencing longshoremen and seamen not to transport supplies to the Allies, and by stirring up and financing strikes in munitions plants. As we have seen in a previous volume, the munitions strikes of 1915, under the leadership of the International Association of Machinists and the International Association of Structural Iron Workers, converted Bridgeport, Connecticut from a 10-hour center to the 8-hour day. From Bridgeport, the strikes spread through New England as men and women munitions workers went out for the 8-hour day. In the summer of 1915, the strikes swept across the whole Northeast, establishing the 8-hour day in plant after plant. 50. As the 8-hour movement swept the munitions plants, the headlines in the commercial press shrieked, German influence behind munition strikes. 51. The fact that John A. Johnson, international president of the ironworkers and a leader of the strike in Bridgeport, was a member of the executive board of Labor's National Peace Council gave the press an opportunity to link the strikes with the labor peace movement. The New York Times reminded its readers that Congressman Frank Buchanan, president of Labor's Peace Council, had appealed in the name of the council to President Wilson to stop the exportation of arms to the Allies. What better way to accomplish this objective than by the munition strikes? 52. Gompers added his voice to this chorus and was widely quoted as saying that officers of international unions had received money to pull off strikes in Bridgeport and elsewhere for ammunition factories. Gompers denied that these were his exact words. What he said was that an attempt was made to unite with the National Grange and form a farmer labor anti-war group, but the Grange backed out at the last minute. New York Times, June 24, 1915. See Foner, History of the Labor Movement, 6, 1982, 194-200. The Times also pointed out that Buchanan is ex-president of the Structural LR Onworkers, now in prison for participation in the dynamiting of the Los Angeles Times building. New York Times, July 17, 1915. For the McNamara case, see Foner, History of the Labor Movement 5, 7-31. Information had come to me that efforts had been made to corrupt men for the purpose of having strikes inaugurated, and that the corrupting influence has been conducted by agents of a foreign government. 53. Gompers did not spell out just who these agents were, but he implied that they were labor officials who were determined to enforce an embargo on the export of war supplies, in the mistaken belief that this was necessary to maintain the strict neutrality which alone could prevent American involvement in the war. 54. The statement aroused widespread anger in Bridgeport's labor circles. J. Kepler, vice president of the International Association of Machinists and a leader in the strike movement, called a press conference and informed reporters. I do not want the public to get the impression that we are warring on the munition plants because we are the evangelists of any peace propaganda. That is rot as much as the German charge. We view the manufacture of arms just as we would the manufacture of any other product. The manufacturers are profiting by the war in Europe. Why should we not get something? 55. Kepler informed reporters that he had written Gompers, enclosing his statement that money was being used to force American strikes. I called on him to come here and prove something or shut up. Gompers, he noted, was trying to do for the employers what they couldn't get away with. Asked if Gompers could play a role in settling the strike, Kepler shot back, the best thing Mr. Gompers can settle is his own rash statements. 56. At a meeting of the New York Central Federated Union, Gompers was sharply attacked by a number of delegates for having attributed German influence to strikes that were caused by long hours of work, rents driven up, and the fact that the cost of living had climbed. The CPU members also took offense at the implications that Labor's National Peace Council, of which the Federation was an important member, had fostered strikes in plants making ammunition as a way of preventing American involvement in the European War, when a few delegates sought to defend Gompers on the ground that the capitalist press had distorted what he had said. They were reminded that while APL Secretary-Treasurer Frank Morrison had tried to modify Gompers' charges, the APL president had. The authentic information came from Andrew Farusith of the Sailors Union of the Pacific. Farusith related that the seamen and longshoremen of NY and vicinity were approached by agents from the German government to inaugurate strikes among the men and that large financial inducements were offered. Statement issued by Gompers, July 14-15, 1915, Gompers Papers, AFL Archives, State Historical Society of Wisconsin. Never repudiated what had appeared in the press. The Central Federated Union then sent a letter to Gompers inquiring whether he had been correctly quoted as having stated that officers of international unions had received money to pull off strikes in Bridgeport and elsewhere in ammunition factories. In his reply, Gompers declared that he had not actually included munition strikes in his original statement, but had referred only to seamen and longshoremen who were being paid not to load and move ships for European ports. That the corrupting influence was being conducted by agents of a foreign government, and that I had no doubt the same agencies and influences were at work elsewhere with the same purpose in view. The CFU rejected the reply as unsatisfactory doubletalk. 57. At this point, Gompers sought the aid of Ralph M. Easley of the National Civic Federation to substantiate his charges. Easley set up an investigating unit and requested funds from Henry P. Davidson of J.P. Morgan Company, who raised $25,000 by assessing $2,500 each from manufacturers who were making supplies for the Allies. 58. Actually, Gompers did not need evidence provided by the NCF Morgan-sponsored investigation to convince himself. As his biographer points out, Every strike among the seamen, longshoremen and munitions workers he believed or suspected to be the work of the Kaiser's agents, every peace meeting a secret plot to commit the United States to pro-German policies. 59. The Friends of Peace. While the investigation of the munition strikes was underway, Gompers launched an attack on another peace group, the Friends of Peace, which had been organized by German Americans, Irish Americans and Morrison would not deny that German influence might be behind the strikes in Bridgeport, but he stated that the real trouble was a demand on the part of labor for better hours and more pay. Foner 6-195. In a letter to the AFL Convention, International Association of Machinists Vermilion Lodge, Number 473 expressed itself as being thoroughly disgusted with the policies of President Gompers, in attempting to discredit the honest efforts which are being put forth in the munition manufacturing plants by the IAFM to secure shorter hours, better working conditions and a larger share of the profits. He asserts he has evidence to show that German interests are behind this movement. We have no such evidence, but for that we care not. We are satisfied that the IAFM has been making great gains in the past year in organization, shortening the hours, increasing wages and securing better working conditions. These gains have been made possible mainly through the demand from the European nations for munitions of war. Frank Schaeffer, President, to the officers and delegates of the A.F.L. Convention, Danville, Illinois, November 9, 1915, AFL Archives, State Historical Society of Wisconsin. Scattering of non-ethnic pacifists opposed to U.S. entry into the war. The Friends of Peace called a National Peace Convention in Chicago for Labor Day, 1915. The call stated that the convention was being organized because of the belief in the existence of a preconceived plot to involve the United States in the European War. The object of the convention was to urge the early convening of Congress for the purpose of considering an embargo on the exportation of war supplies. In a special letter to trade unions urging their leaders to sign the call and endorse the meeting, Frank McDonald of the Western Federation of Miners and chairman of the Friends of Peace Labor Committee, wrote, "In the terrible crisis facing this country, it is the solemn duty of every American to work for peace. The working class gets from war only the dividends of death. We therefore call upon you, as a representative of the organized working class, to use your best effort to make successful the convention to be held in Chicago on Labor Day by the Friends of Peace." 60. The list of union officials who signed the call, all of whom were affiliated with the AFL, was characterized as impressive. They included Homer D. Call, President, New York State Federation of Labor; John Golden, President, United Textile Workers; Charles Dodd, President, Piano, Organ and Musical Instrument Workers Union; Ernest Slattery, General Organizer, Horseshoers International Union; and John Sullivan, Vice President, United Brewery Workers. 61. On June 10, 1915, the British ambassador in Washington wrote to the Foreign Office pointing in alarm to evidence that the peace movement was growing among American trade unionists and the call for an embargo on war supplies was winning wide labor support. He had faith, however, in Samuel Gompers, and urged that means be taken to bring home to him how fatal the action of the labor unions may be. 62. Gompers, notes Simeon Larson, was not to disappoint the Allies. Faced with the New LVRK Times labeled the Friends of Peace, a German-American organization, listing as proposed speakers at the Chicago Convention those who had obvious German-American names. It later conceded that William Jennings Bryan, Jane Addams, and 4 U.S. senators were also scheduled to address the convention. New LVRK Times, July 19, 1915. The letterhead of the Friends of Peace listed the following organizations as being represented: American Truth Society, American Independence Union, American Humanity League, American Women of German Descent, American Fair Play Society, Continental League, German-American Alliance of Greater New York, German Catholic Federation of New York, United Irish American Societies, United Austrian and Hungarian American Societies, Upholsterers International Union, and other American societies. Increasing peace sentiment in unions, he used the full power at his command to retrieve many of the labor men caught in the pacifist net. 63. When these men wrote to Gompers asking whether they should endorse the call for the National Peace Convention in Chicago or participate in the gathering, he warned them not to allow themselves to become the tools of German and socialist propaganda. He charged that the Friends of Peace had, by insidious and false representation, attempted to corrupt financially a large number of representatives among the Union members of the United States. 64. He made the same point in responding to John Brisby Walker, chairman of the National Committee of the Friends of Peace, who had urged him to give the Chicago meeting his most earnest support. Gompers maintained that paid emissaries of your Friends of Peace have gone from city to city and by insidious and false representations attempted to financially corrupt a large number of representatives and men among the union workers of the United States. Unfortunately, he continued, a number of workers have been cajoled into the belief that by attending your meeting they enlist themselves as friends of peace. Gompers concluded that he would do what he could to enlighten them as to the real purposes behind your movement in your meeting, which is not peace, but to place the people of the United States in a false position before the world, to play into the hands of one side of the warring, sick nations as against the other. 65. Gompers applied pressure upon union leaders who had endorsed the Chicago meeting to withdraw their approval. This brought the desired result. John Golden, president of the United Textile Workers, wrote to the Friends of Peace's Labor Committee that Gompers had convinced him that this so-called peace movement is not all that the name implies. He gave notice of my resignation from the committee to take effect immediately, and that my name be stricken off any official letterheads of the Friends of Peace Association. 66. Homer D. Call also resigned. Gompers had convinced him that the movement is not in the best interests of either peace or the labor movement of this country. 67. Apart from one or two union leaders associated with Labor's National Peace Council, no trade unionists spoke at the Chicago Convention. Increasingly under attack as pro-German, the Friends of Peace had all but disappeared by the end of 1915. 68. The collapse of Labor's National Peace Council. On the heels of the demise of the Friends of Peace came the collapse of Labor's National Peace Council. Early in September 1915, a grand jury in the Southern District of New York began investigating charges involving the violation of neutrality laws by Franz von Rintelen, a captain in the German Navy and officers of Labor's National Peace Council. For 3 months, the grand jury heard testimony presented by Secret Service agents, read letters of Labor's National Peace Council obtained by these agents, and heard testimony by men presently or formerly associated with the Peace Council. According to the records of the grand jury investigation in the National Archives, Franz von Rintelen, chief of German naval intelligence in the United States, and David Lamar, known as the Wolf of Wall Street, had worked out the plan for the formation of Labor's National Peace Council with the aim of preventing the shipment of arms and other supplies to the Allies. Lamar had won over Frank Buchanan, who was known as Labor's chief champion on the floor of Congress. They had then brought in Henry B. Martin, former leader of the Knights of Labor and secretary of the Antitrust League. Buchanan and Martin formed the Chicago Labor Peace Council and arranged for the Peace Congress in Washington, D.C., where the National Council was organized. Most of the delegates came in good faith, Secret Service agents testified, convinced that they were serving a good cause, and with no idea that the meeting had been instigated by agents of the Kaiser. 69. Several other witnesses before the grand jury made the point that they had come in good faith. Ernest Boehm of the Central Federated Union of Greater New York and treasurer of Labor's National Peace Council until he resigned in the fall of 1915, testified that he and most of the other delegates had gone to Washington in order to express Labor's determination to keep the United States out of the European war. I repeat, the object of our being there was to keep this country out of war. James J. McCracken, who represented the Hoisting and Portable Engineers Local Union Number 324 of Detroit, told the grand jury, as far as I know, the aims and the objects of the convention were legitimate in agitating universal sentiment to prevent American entrance into the war in Europe, thereby creating a universal appeal to the President of the United States by the people to bring about universal peace. That was the purpose as far as I and nearly all of the delegates understood it. 70. Investigators for the Department of Justice testified that Labor's CIL president in August 1915 was his opposition to a resolution passed on August 1, 1915 to levy an assessment on each member, to use in defraying the support of any workman who may become involved in any strike or lockout for the purpose of paralyzing the private arms and munitions traffic in this country. 72. On December 28, 1915, the grand jury indicted von Rintelen and 7 men associated with Labor's National Peace Council, Congressman Frank Buchanan, former council president, Jacob C. Taylor, his successor as president, H. Robert Fowler, former Illinois Congressman, Frank S. Manette, ex-Attorney General of Ohio, David Lamar, Henry B. Martin, council secretary and officer of the Antitrust League, and Herman Shutters, another officer of the Antitrust League. The 8 defendants were indicted under the provisions of the Sherman Antitrust Act for conspiring to prevent the manufacture and shipment of arms, ammunition, airplanes, automobiles, railway supplies, and other articles needed in modern warfare from this country to Great Britain, France, and the nations allied with them. The grand jury charged that the defendants had conspired to instigate strikes in munitions factories and, at points where such material was being shipped, by bribing labor officials and by supplying workers with reading matter calculated to induce them to quit their jobs. 73. On May 20, 1917, over a month after the United States entered the war, and after a trial of 23 days in the Federal District Court of New York, von Rintelen, Lamar and Martin were found guilty and each sentenced to 1 year in federal penitentiary. 4 of the men indicted were found not guilty. They were Frank Buchanan, defeated for re-election to Congress in 1916, H. Robert Fowler, Jacob C. Taylor, and Herman Shutters. Frank S. Manette was originally one of the 8 defendants, but the indictment against him had been dismissed, 74. Long before the trial of the 8 defendants had begun, Labor's National Peace Council had disappeared. All of the labor men associated with the movement had hurriedly resigned immediately after the grand jury handed down its indictment, 75. In September 1917, Buchanan said of Labor's National Peace Council, "There may have been German agents in Labor's National Peace Council, just the point about the reading matter appears to have been based on a letter written on stationery of Labor's National Peace Council by a council representative who had met with munition workers. I talked to them," he wrote, "and gave them our literature, and the intelligent ones were heartily in accord with the movement." C. J. Cundiff to H. Martin, Eileinen, N.Y., August 8, 1915, in Records of U.S. v. Rintelen, Buchanan et al., Criminal Case, U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, National Archives. As there are crooks in the trade union movement and in all organizations who would use the organization for their purposes, no true, substantial American, however, would permit himself to be used by agents from outside the United States or by interests other than American interests. The trade unionists who joined Labor's National Peace Council and worked for it did so because they sincerely believed that the policy of opposing the shipment to Europe of munitions of war and the policy calling for government manufacture of munitions deserved the support of the entire labor movement as the best and surest way to keep the United States out of the war in Europe. The men who prosecuted me in New York on the charge of conspiracy to foment strikes and obstruct commerce produced false evidence, but were unable to obtain a conviction, 76. The 1915 AFL Convention. The prosecutors had, however, succeeded in stigmatizing Labor's activities for peace with the label of German espionage, and this partially vindicated Gomper's charge that many of Labor's peace advocates were wittingly or unwittingly tools of the Kaiser. The commercial press predicted that with the debacle of Labor's National Peace Council, few trade unionists would be willing to continue to work for peace. 77. At first glance it appeared that this conclusion was justified. Thus, at the 1915 AFL Convention in San Francisco, the delegates adopted a resolution recommended by the Committee on International Relations, of which Gompers was a member, which upheld the right of the United States to ship munitions to belligerents, and explained it was impossible to distinguish munitions of war and the ordinary articles of commerce. The committee's report called attention to the efforts made by some groups to use the working men of our country to further the interests of some foreign country. Foreign agencies have been trying to reach corruptly some of the organizations of the workers, the report said, but they have not succeeded. 78. At one point in the convention, however, a resolution was introduced that called for the elimination of militarist propaganda from the public schools. It included the provision that we, the convention, call upon the workers to desist from affiliating with any branch of the military forces. A heated debate followed which covered 7.5 pages of fine type in the convention proceedings. It would have continued much longer had not the late hour necessitated the evacuation of the convention hall. The arguments of those who favored the motion may be paraphrased as follows. The AFL has had a long anti-militarist history. It has contended for many years that large armaments help to provoke wars. Has not this contention been verified by recent European events? It is Morgan, Rockefeller, and men of their kind who are most active in the preparedness campaign. These are the men who derive the greatest profit from wars. They will not go to the trenches. They will let the workers do that. They desire the United States to be prepared so that they may plunge it into war when it will be profitable to do so. America cannot seriously have fears of invasion. Even the victorious European nations will be in a very weak economic and military condition at the end of the war. How will they be able to come 3,000 miles to attack the United States? American labor should not be fooled into demanding vengeance for the sinking of the Lusitania. It should not forget that it has suffered just as fearful crimes at home for which no restitution has been made. One has only to recall Ludlow in Michigan. Should not redress be demanded first for those murdered by our own military forces? 79. At one point in the debate, Samuel Gompers left his chair as presiding officer and addressed the delegates. He stated that he had been a pacifist all his life. I looked forward to the time that if we could not prevent war in any other way, the workers would refuse to go to war. I lived under that impression for about 40 years of my life. However, when he saw the workers of England, Russia, Austria, Germany, and France supporting their own governments in war, he became disillusioned, and he had to revise his judgment on questions of international peace and war. He urged the delegates to follow him in the switch from pacifism and defeat the proposed resolution. 80. The delegates did vote down the resolution. But the debate at the 1915 AFL convention was the prologue to a much wider discussion in hundreds of labor groups over the issue of military preparedness. Chapter 3. Organized Labor and Preparedness. When Congress assembled in December 1915, President Wilson made patriotism and preparedness the keynotes of his annual message. He called for passage of what was to become the National Defense Act of 1916, which provided for the expansion of the regular army, a greatly augmented National Guard, and the creation of a new reserve Continental Army of 400,000 men. 1. In the speeches he delivered traveling from New York City to St. Louis between January 22 and February 3, 1916, Wilson called for endorsement of his preparedness program. Without military power, he declared, it would not be possible to defend the national honor. Preparedness, he maintained, was not a partisan issue, but a national necessity. 2. Gompers endorses preparedness. Wilson immediately received the support of Samuel Gompers, who became the leading labor supporter of preparedness. Gompers presented a comprehensive statement of his views at the meeting of the National Civic Federation in Washington in January 1916, and his speech was reprinted as a government document. After asserting that most of the American people accepted the need for a preparedness program, Gompers went on to develop the theme that such a program must not only include armaments, but must also encompass such vital services as health and education, including physical training, so that the people would be imbued with a spirit of loyalty to their country and a willingness to sacrifice for its protection. Such a spirit, he insisted, could not exist unless the people were assured of equal opportunities and justice for all. To ensure this, it was necessary to recognize the importance of the organizations of workers, not only in determining individual policies but also in directing the political and military agencies that would control the preparedness program. In a series of editorials that appeared in the American Federationist at about the same time, Gompers advanced his views on physical training. War is a test of physical fitness and of the organization of material resources, he argued, sounding very much like Theodore Roosevelt, and the nation that has failed in these can pay dearly. He also interpreted American history in the light of the nation's preparedness. Life on the frontier developed virile manhood. But the frontier has vanished. Some definite policy must be devised for physical training. 3. As one solution, Gompers advocated recruiting workers for military training in summer camps along the lines of the Plattsburgh idea, in which the U.S. Army and members of the business community jointly set up summer training camps in 1915 and 1916 in various parts of the country, modeled on the camp in upstate New York. The Plattsburgh idea emphasized the training of future U.S. Army officers and was geared to preparing the American people for the inexorable facts of war, and the total mobilization of the nation for the inevitable entrance of the United States into the European War. Although in theory the camps were open to everyone, in practice they were dominated by members of the country's upper classes. This was true not only because the recruits had to have 6 weeks free time in the summer and paid their own expenses, but also because of the educational and social requirements which were quite consciously set up to exclude all but successful businessmen. 4. Most trade unionists viewed the Plattsburgh idea, with its emphasis on total national mobilization, as a threat to the labor movement and as vastly increasing the danger of U.S. involvement in the war. But none of this concerned Gompers. In a letter to General Leonard Wood, who was in charge of the camps, he noted that he saw only one thing wrong with the program: the camps were available only to the well-to-do instead of being open to all. Since trade unionists are unable to pay their own expenses and give their services without compensation, Gompers called upon the government to pay for their training. This would not only provide the armed forces with a group of men that has more practice and ability in organizing and disciplining men than any other, but it would remove one of the great difficulties in the way of securing the participation of working men in preparedness. 6. Once he had publicly announced his support for preparedness, Gompers had to answer his critics. He assured them that if they had interpreted his statements to mean that he favored militarism and an ill-advised effort to rush into war, they had totally misunderstood his position. In fact, he wrote, preparedness means just the opposite. In his view, preparedness is not a narrow purpose that deals only with war and militarism. Preparedness has to do with physical development, intellectual training and education that are preparatory for all activities of civilian life. Preparedness, in short, led to freedom, whereas militarism resulted in repression. 7. But many trade unionists were not deceived. The San Francisco Labor Clarion declared, the people have acquired a certain rudimentary education. They have a knowledge, if not a very extensive one, about the social forces that make for war. The people know by this time who pays the bills in all wars, be they victorious or losing, and they also know who it is who gathers the benefits of these wars. They are getting too wise, and, to use a popular expression, would not any longer fall for an open advocacy of war. So a new name for the old thing had to be invented, and that new name is preparedness. However, to paraphrase Shakespeare, a sewer by any other name would smell just as bad. There is no doubt that this preparedness humbug is the cloak and mantle for militarism, and all efforts of Samuel Gompers and other champions of preparedness to sell it to the working class by hiding its real purpose will fail. 8. Actually, Gompers' support of preparedness did influence a number of unions to rally behind Wilson's program. Some unions even shifted positions to line up behind the AFL president. Labor advocates of preparedness. A segment of organized labor did advocate preparedness. A major reason emphasized by these unions was the danger that an unprepared America would be at the mercy of whichever side won the war. What will be the situation if Germany emerges from the conflict as master of Europe? The metal polishers asked, or if Germany is crushed and England in. Japan rule the roost. To rely on raw troops to meet such legions is sheer madness, added the plumbers. For the United States to remain unprepared, the shoe workers warned, is to invite European militarists to endanger our liberties. 9 feet prior to Gompers' public support of preparedness, the cigar makers took the position that opposition to preparedness was subversive only to the plutocrats and profit-mongers in war materials. But once Gompers publicly championed preparedness, they changed their tune and called preparedness preordained and inevitable. The only problem still to be resolved was for labor to have some voice in the kind, quality, and quantity it should be. Cigar Makers Official Journal, 39 Dec. 1915 to 40 Feb. 1916 to Simeon Larson, The American Federation of Labor in the Preparedness Campaign, Historian 37 November. 1974, 79. Another argument advanced by the labor advocates of preparedness was that war was inevitable, that there was no choice but for the United States to prepare. There have been wars since Adam and there will be wars to come, declared the metal polishers. We should be prepared for emergencies. The molders warned that, so long as we have nations still contending for things as of old, so long must we be up and prepared. Neither union mentioned that their members stood to gain economically from an increase in shipbuilding and cannon making. 10. Finally, labor advocates of preparedness pointed to German submarine warfare as an insult to the United States that might require a military response. We want peace, declared the metal polishers, but we don't want peace at any price. We want peace, echoed Arthur B. Garretson, president of the Order of Railway Conductors, but we must be able to maintain our rights and ensure the safety of our citizens on the high seas. We must prepare. 11. That Great Britain was stopping ships, blockading the seas, and searching mail was never mentioned. Labor opposition to preparedness. Military journals went to great pains to reprint Gompers' statements in favor of preparedness and editorials in the labor press that supported an increase in the armed forces. But these reprints were usually accompanied by the regretful comment that unfortunately the majority of component parts of the American Federation of Labor are unwilling to follow the patriotic leadership of Mr. Gompers and continue to oppose preparedness. Included in this majority were the unions with the largest membership, many state federations of labor and city central labor unions, all of whom are especially outspoken in their opposition to preparedness. 12. This picture of labor's opposition to preparedness was corroborated from other sources. In its issue of April 8, 1916, the Literary Digest featured a report entitled, Labor's Dread of Preparedness. The trade unions throughout the country were reported to be taking a referendum vote on preparedness, and the article presented some of the results. By an overwhelming majority 4,432 to 565, about one-half the local unions affiliated with the Cleveland Federation of Labor voted to condemn the militaristic schemes that the statesmen at Washington are endeavoring to foist upon this country. Similar polls taken in Spokane, Washington and Allentown, Pennsylvania revealed that an overwhelming majority of trade unionists opposed preparedness as a measure designed to involve the country in the European War. 13. In June 1916, the New Republic conducted its own survey of the attitude in labor circles toward preparedness. It reported that the majority viewpoint ranged between cold indifference and opposition to the mobilization of the United States war strength. 1. An Eastern state labor leader took an unofficial poll of the state federations of labor and central labor unions throughout the country. The results indicated practically unanimous opposition to any plan to significantly enlarge the standing army or increase army or navy expenditures. 15. These revelations did not surprise James Lord, president of the AFL Mine Department. He had found in his travels through the country that preparedness propaganda left the average working man cold and sullen. There is something fundamental in all these military schemes, Lord concluded, for which he, the worker, cannot stand. 16. Labor's anti-preparedness arguments. Labor opponents of preparedness stressed several reasons for their opposition. Foremost was the conviction that preparedness led to war. Preparedness, warned John P. White, president of the United Mine Workers, did not prevent the war in Europe, and everything seems to indicate that preparedness makes for war. 17. The machinists warned that a country which carries a large standing army and navy is like a schoolboy with a chip on his shoulder, always courting trouble. If the masters of the country want preparedness, let them go to war, but let the working class prepare their unions so that they will not be led into slaughter as their brothers in Europe have been. 18. The musicians declared that preparing for war to ensure peace is about as logical as to saturate wood in oil to protect against fire. Preparing for war means war. 19. The Teamsters also emphasized that preparedness led to war and called on labor to express itself at every meeting held or at every assembly against any attempt on the part of our government to involve this country in the conflict. 20. The pressmen endorsed the proposal, noting, organized labor cannot be true to its principles unless it voices its total opposition to any plan to increase the nation's armed forces. To this end, it should voice its opposition to preparedness in meetings, petitions, and demonstrations. 21. Other labor anti-preparedness arguments emphasized that preparedness was an excuse to militarize the United States, to increase profits, to expand U.S. investments abroad, and to crush labor. The railroad maintenance employees noted that the military system is used at the slightest provocation to club and shoot the toilers into submission, and the larger army and navy that would emerge from the preparedness campaign will be used against labor at home and for the protection of overseas investments abroad. 22. Is it not a coincidence, asked the locomotive fireman, that certain gentlemen prominently identified with the preparedness campaign are also connected with large industrial concerns that would profit hugely from preparedness? 23. The fur workers warned that it was the working class against whom the military forces called for by President Wilson will be used. Big business wants a huge army and navy, declared the firemen, because they are now planning a campaign of world conquest. The switchman charged that preparedness fairly reeks with the smell of private profit, while the Illinois State Federation of Labor denounced preparedness advocates as profit-seeking war traffickers. 24. The pressmen doubted if any preparedness advocates would be willing to volunteer their personal services in case of war because most of them are interested in the building of battleships or the manufacture of arms, ammunition, and other war supplies. To this, James H. Maurer, president of the Pennsylvania State Federation of Labor, added that one of the reasons the munitions manufacturers wanted to see preparedness adopted was that they are not selling for cash but on credit, and they feared that the European purchasers would refuse to pay their bills after the war ended. Then a big army and navy would be a good thing. They would like to send our working men across as collectors for them. Just why is big business behind the preparedness campaign? Asked the official organ of the railway carman. The answer is easy, it declared, and went on to charge big business with desiring intervention throughout the world. Big business wanted cheap labor, cheap raw materials, and surplus profits, and it would do anything to get them. Foreign invasion is a myth. The real question is this. Do you prefer to take your chances with an imaginary European enemy who is sure to be economically exhausted and sickened of militarism? Or do you prefer to give your assent while this democracy is conquered from within by act of Congress? For if there's any difference between U.S. Steel or Standard Oil and the worst military ruling class in Europe, the advantage is all with the latter, as far as democracy, liberty and the rights of man are concerned. Remember Youngstown, Bayonne, and Colorado. For the bloody strikes Youngstown and Bayonne, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 6, New York, 1982, 25-64. For the bitter battle in Colorado, see 5, New York, 1980, 196-213. The editorial concluded with a quotation from Rear Admiral Chadwick. Navies and armies are insurance for the wealth of the leisure class of a nation, invested abroad. 25. Remember Youngstown, Bayonne, and Colorado. The memories of industrial battles of the past were constantly revived in the labor press, as a reminder to the working man of the dangers of an America rearmed. When officers of the California National Guard sought permission to address San Francisco unions on preparedness, the Secretary of the Labor Council told them not to waste their time. Union men had not forgotten the role of the National Guardsmen in the Ludlow Massacre. 26. The anti-preparedness forces in the labor movement questioned the validity of the argument that preparedness was needed because the United States would be susceptible to attack by one of the belligerent nations after the war. The United Mine Workers pointed out that these countries would need at least a generation to recover their strength. Since Mexico was racked by revolution and Canada was a peaceful neighbor, it asked, why this talk of monster armies? Do you prefer to take your chances with an imaginary European enemy who is due to be economically exhausted and sickened of militarism, queried the fireman, or else to give your assent to preparedness, while this democracy is conquered within? The pressmen observed. How silly this hue and cry about preparation. It will take Europe 50 years to recover from the war. Why should we fear attack? 27. A number of unions took the word preparedness and gave it a different meaning than military usage. The California State Federation of Labor urged, the preparedness slogan of organized workers should be education, organization, and federation. This is the only war cry that will win the workers' battles. It is the only kind of preparedness propaganda from which the workers may expect substantial or worthwhile redeems. 28. The Central Federated Union of New York endorsed a resolution demanding, not a bigger and stronger Army and Navy, but a bigger and stronger labor movement. It went on to urge each labor union to prepare its members for a period of increased activity in a determined effort for better economic conditions and the uplift of trade unions. 29. The Milwaukee Federated Trades Council informed the Security League. For the Ludlow Massacre, see Foner, Ibid. pp. 204-08, 212-13. We are for preparedness of a workday that will not exhaust the worker's vitality and a wage that will enable him to rear his family in comfort, without depriving his children of their childhood heritage. We would prepare our nation's defenses by keeping its children from being stunted in mine and mill and factory. We would prepare it by making industry less hazardous than war. 30. In the midst of the preparedness debate, the JWW took its stand, declaring, we condemn all wars, and, for the prevention of such, we proclaim the anti-militaristic propaganda in times of peace. And, in time of war, the general strike in all industry. 31. The anti-militaristic propaganda was based on a single argument, namely, that only the trusts and monopoly capitalists stood to gain by preparedness. A larger army and navy is wanted by the capitalist class for two purposes. First, to protect the foreign markets that they are gobbling up while the workers of Europe are busy slaughtering each other at the command of their masters who are so busy directing this catastrophe that they cannot attend to trade. Second, to suppress the rising and threatening revolution of the wage slaves who are becoming desperate because of frequent layoffs, starvation wages and the uncertainty of securing enough of the necessaries of life on which to exist. Preparedness, in short, is a blinding of the real issue. The real issue is to establish an army and navy sufficiently large or strong enough to protect the merchant vessels of the United States in the furthering and enlarging of the foreign market. In any event, to the Wobblies the preparedness issue was purely a capitalist problem. National defense does not concern the working class as they have no country to defend. 32. Or as Elizabeth Gurley Flynn put it, let those who own the country, who are howling for and profit by preparedness, fight to defend their property. 3. The Industrial Union News, official organ of the Detroit JWW, also took the position that national defense does not concern the working class as they have no country to defend. The country is owned by the master class. Let the masters defend their country themselves. Those who voluntarily enlist in the services of the master class are known as soldiers and sailors. A soldier or sailor from the ranks of labor is a traitor to his class. 34. From 1908 until 1915 there were two industrial workers of the world, one in Detroit and one in Chicago. The Detroiters were Daniel de Leon and a group of his followers who had been expelled from the original JWW at the 4th Annual Convention in 1908. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 4, New York, 1965, 108-12. The Preparedness Day Parades. In the spring and summer of 1916, pro-preparedness forces, led by business groups, planned a nationwide series of parades to pressure Congress to pass a series of bills to increase the size of the Army and Navy. Preparedness parades were staged in every large city and many smaller ones. Despite appeals to their patriotism and the urgings of Gompers, organized labor, in the main, refused to take part in any of the Preparedness Day parades. A labor historian has pointed out that the country's strongest union center, Chicago, witnessed the largest Preparedness Day parade. 35. This parade was held on June 3, 1916, and the International Socialist Review, whose account influenced the historian, was so impressed by the outpouring of workers that, though its sentiments were anti-preparedness, it expressed admiration. Never before has working-class power been massed anywhere in the United States since the Civil War as on this day, though the occasion was a Preparedness Day parade, engineered and dominated by the economic masters of Chicago. It was a good and proper time for every live working-class fellow to look at the marching platoons passing by hour after hour and gazing on miles and miles of workingmen moving elbow to elbow, then say to himself, here's power. This is a human Niagara. Ifway can only harness this up to a solidarity of action. 36. Strangely, the International Socialist Review, itself published in Chicago, failed to point out several truly significant facts about the parade in that city. One was that the Chicago Federation of Labor opposed the parade and urged all trade unionists not to participate. The Federation noted that organized labor has found, at Ludlow alone, military oppression to be a greater menace and evil than any possible foreign invasion. Since the proponents of preparedness in Congress had refused to forbid the use of the Army in labor disputes, the Federation concluded that the intention becomes clear to use the army against American workers. Under the present economic system, the Federation warned, a great army and navy would be a powerful instrument for the conversion of the country into a commercial oligarchy. 37. The Chicago Federation of Labor also passed a resolution opposing a trip to Washington by a delegation of 200 Illinois businessmen to show Congress that the people back home were in favor of preparedness. The Federation informed Congress that organized labor's opposition to preparedness expressed the true wishes of the people. The Public 19, April 26, 1916, 394. The second fact about the parade not mentioned in the International Socialist Review was that unorganized workers were being compelled to march without their wishes being consulted. 38. In a statement signed by officials of the carpenters and joiners, painters and decorators, brewery, machinists, electrical, structural iron, and civil service workers unions, Chicago employers were accused of threatening workers who were not union members with loss of jobs if they did not sign a pledge to march in the parade. 39. This charge was supported by the Public, a liberal, single-tax Chicago weekly, which published a letter sent to all employers in the Chicago area by the president of the Illinois Manufacturers Association, the organization heading the business group planning the Preparedness Day Parade. The letter asked the employer to inquire of each of your employees whether or not he or she will march, and to promptly fill out the enclosed card giving the details as to the number of men and women you can furnish, thereby helping the Illinois Manufacturers Association, with other organizations in Chicago, to make the parade a big success. In short, the Public concluded, most workers will be compelled to march or face the loss of their jobs. To avert this real danger, not the imaginary one, of foreign invasion, they will help swell the parade. And the preparationist press, with little regard for the facts, will report the affair as a spontaneous and voluntary movement. 40. Unfortunately, so did the Anti-Preparedness International Socialist Review. The Review, however, published the fact that as the marchers passed the Lakeview building, they saw a sign in front of the building, hung by Captain Horace B. Wilde, a Spanish-American war veteran and a member of the U.S. Army Aeronautical Reserves. The sign read, 5 million farmers and a half-million mine workers are against what you and Wall Street are marching for. 41. Wilde was arrested and booked on the charge of disorderly conduct. The following day the Chicago Tribune carried the story of Wilde's arrest under the headline, Treason. 2 weeks earlier, it had used the same heading over its report of the action taken by the Chicago Federation of Labor that urged all trade unionists not to participate. 42. Despite appeals to their patriotism and the risk of being accused of treason, organized labor refused to take part in any of the Preparedness Day parades. The Minneapolis Trades and Labor Assembly and the Building Trades Council, which included practically all of organized labor in the city, labeled the preparedness campaign the work of a few millionaires who arm the country, and whose private armies, at every opportunity, have murdered and slain the workers. They jointly called upon their affiliated unions not to participate in Preparedness Day parades. 43. The Industrial Council of Kansas City, Missouri declared itself unalterably opposed to the Preparedness Parade and requested that no Kansas City labor organization participate. In a similar vein, the St. Louis Central Trades voted 133 to 42 against participating in a preparedness parade. 44. In New York City, the Central Federated Trades came out against the preparedness parade and urged all affiliated unions not to participate. Moreover, some 60 unions who had joined together to form the Anti-Militarist Labor Conference gave the answer to the Preparedness Day parade with a counter-parade. 45. In the Northwest, the Central Labor Council of Seattle declared that various interests in this community, and more especially the press, are seeking to stampede our citizens on the question of preparedness and are endeavoring to divert our attention from the greater enemies of the workers inside our borders to our lesser enemies in foreign lands. The Council, therefore, called upon all trade unionists and truly patriotic citizens to refrain from parading or participation of any kind in demonstrations which can have no other result than to thwart the cool, calm and deliberate judgment which is so necessary to the proper solution of this question. 46. The San Francisco Parade. Nowhere did a Preparedness Day parade arouse so much controversy as in the San Francisco Bay Area. Sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce and supported by the leading industries in the area, it was opposed by AFL, IWW, and Socialist Party organizations as a scheme to weaken American neutrality, drag the United States into the European war, and furnish more troops to suppress strikes. 47. In an effort to win over San Francisco trade unionists, the Chamber of Commerce and the Pacific Coast Defense League declared their opposition to using militia for strike duty and obtained a promise from a number of Western governors. A major aim of the counter-parade was to demand the defeat in the state legislature of the Bloody Five bills proposed by Governor C. S. Whitman for compulsory army service. Among other things, the Bloody Five would enroll all men of military age in the militia, and require all unemployed boys between 16 and 19 years of age to attend summer military schools. The Anti-Militarist Labor Conference, the Central Federated Union of New York, and the American Union Against Militarism joined forces to oppose the legislation, distributing literature which urged all citizens, and especially workers, to arouse before the military shackles have so tightened about you, that to object to them means a court-martial and a firing squad. But without even a single hearing, the state legislature passed the proposed bills into law. New York Call, July 18, 28, September 12, October 29, 1916. Including Hiram Johnson of California, that they would not so use it. But organized labor in San Francisco stood firm in opposition to the Preparedness Day Parade. 48. One reason that the trade unions remained unconvinced was that the parade was identified with the latest of many open shop drives sponsored by the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce. In the midst of the first unified coast-wide waterfront strike, which began on June 1, 1916, when approximately 10,000 longshoremen walked out in all major Pacific ports, the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce's board of directors threw down a challenge not only to the longshoremen, but to the entire local labor movement. In its publication, Law and Order in San Francisco, a beginning, the chamber proclaimed that it favored the open shop and insists upon the right to employ union men or non-union men in whole or in part, as the parties involved may elect. 49. On July 10, 12 days before the Chamber of Commerce sponsored Preparedness Day Parade, the chamber held a special meeting to which employers throughout the city were invited. To the 2,000 businessmen who responded, Frederick J. Coster, chamber president, declared that the time had come to stamp out that disease permeating this community, of which the waterfront situation is at present the most outstanding manifestation. 50. Out of the meeting, which was also addressed by executives of the Bank of California, the Southern Pacific Railroad, and California's largest canning corporation, emerged the Law and Order Committee, which was to spearhead the open shop drive. When Chamber of Commerce President Coster asked for money to support the Law and Order Committee's open shop campaign, the business community quickly pledged $500,000. 51. These developments intensified organized labor's opposition to the Preparedness Day Parade. Added to the fact that the Chamber of Commerce and the Pacific Coast Defense League, a strong anti-union employer unit in the chamber, were the sponsors of the parade and in charge of the preparations, the announcement that Thornwell Mullally, second in command of the United Railroads and a longtime open shop advocate, was to be the Grand Marshal, served to increase opposition in trade union circles. As Robert Knight points out, the parade thus became a symbol of the cleavage between San Francisco's business leadership and organized labor. 52. Central labor councils on both sides of the bay voted resolutions attacking the planned parade. Conservative and socialist union leaders buried their differences and formed a united committee which sent out circulars to union members appealing, "Do not march. Do not let your employers coerce you." This was a reference to notices appearing in all stores, places of business, and factories reading, "Continued peace through preparedness. Join the March of the Patriots. Join, march in. Show your colors." Reports from workers poured into the Central Labor Council that, "And keep your jobs," was added verbally. On Thursday, July 20th, the United Committee held a peace demonstration at Dreamland Rink. A capacity crowd of more than 5,000 poured into the rink, and a second overflow meeting was held outside. The San Francisco Bulletin reported that the great gathering developed into one of the most remarkable crusades against the war spirit that has occurred anywhere. 54. The two meetings heard speakers denounce the Preparedness Day Parade, militarism, the United Railroads, other public utility corporations, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Law and Order Committee. Paul Scherenberg, secretary of the California State Federation of Labor, told the huge audiences, "I am proud of the fact that labor in America refuses to be stampeded toward militarism in any form. I am even more proud in the knowledge that organized labor in San Francisco will not participate in any parade led by Thornwell Mullally, the notorious enemy of labor and the successful disruptor of a local union. This great republic may have foes abroad, but some of its most deadly enemies are to be found right at home. They are the industrial vampires who undermine the nation's vitality by cruel, merciless exploitation of labor. Starvation, wages, and long, enervating hours of toil are imposed upon millions of American toilers, of whom 1/3 are poverty-stricken all the year round. So deplorable are conditions in the big industrial centers that nearly 20% of the nation's school children are constantly underfed and undernourished, and the babies of the poor die 3 times as fast as those of the rich. Yet they have the nerve to ask organized labor to take part in military preparedness parades designed to intimidate some unknown foreign foe when the known foes of the nation, who live among us, are brazenly taking the lead in those demonstrations. Let us prepare against poverty, disease, industrial accidents, unemployment, and exploitation. 55. On Friday night, July 21st, the eve of the parade, the Labor Council adopted a resolution which had just been passed by the San Francisco Building Trades Council. Whereas, because United Labor is opposed to the fostering of the war. Spirit by preparedness parades, an attempt may be made by the enemies of labor to cause a violent disturbance during the parade and charge that disturbance to labor. Therefore, be it resolved, that in order to forestall any possible frame-up of this character, we hereby caution all Union men and women to be especially careful and make no other protest than their silent non-participation. 56. The rather unusual resolution had been introduced because various groups in the business community had been receiving anonymous letters threatening violent reprisals if the parade were held. 57. Fearing that a huge frame-up of militant trade unionists was in the making, the Central Labor Council and the Building Trades Council had taken precautions to warn San Francisco workers to be on their guard. It was soon to become clear just how justified these warnings were. On Saturday, July 22, 1916, at 1:30 p.m., the Preparedness Day Parade got underway. As a result of the boycott of the parade by virtually the entire labor movement of San Francisco, instead of the expected 100,000 marchers, only 22,000 actually took part, mostly non-union workers. In general, there was an observable lack of enthusiasm among the participants. The paraders took an hour to march about a mile from the starting point at the Embarcadero, San Francisco's waterfront. A few minutes after 2 p.m., an explosion rocked the intersection of Market and Stewart Streets, 1 block up from the Embarcadero. A bomb had gone off in the midst of a dense crowd of paraders and bystanders and left 8 dead and 40 wounded, scattered along the pavement. 58. The tragic event was followed by one of the most infamous, calculated miscarriages of justice in U.S. history, the frame-up of Tom Mooney and Warren Billings. Chapter 4. The Mooney-Billings Frame-Up. Prelude to a Frame-Up. A series of strange events followed the bomb explosion on July 22, 1916. At 2:46 p.m., the sidewalks and the walls at the scene of the crime were cleaned up by the police and fire departments, thus erasing all marks that would indicate the direction of the explosive forces. This helped the prosecution to frame its theories of the crime. At 3:30 that same afternoon, District Attorney Charles A. Fickert, who had the backing of the United Railways, arrived at the scene with Frederick Colburn, manager of the San Francisco Clearinghouse and secretary of the San Francisco Bankers Association. Colburn used a sledgehammer to enlarge the holes both in the sidewalk and the walls, thereby further altering the physical effects of the explosion. 1. As a result of the actions taken so soon after the explosion, reliable evidence which might have connected the crime with its perpetrators was destroyed. This early pattern of deliberate frame-up, which some scholars, refusing to confront the real facts, have called just plain stupidity, too continued. At 9:30 on the evening of the explosion, District Attorney Fickert assigned Martin Swanson, a former Pinkerton and since then a private utilities detective, to the bomb case as a special investigator. 3 feet. The frame-up also operated on another front. Immediately after the bomb explosion, Frederick J. Koster, president of the Chamber of Commerce, announced dramatically, "This outrage is another expression of the disease our Law and Order Committee has started out to combat." Posting a $5,000 reward for the apprehension of the murderers, the Law and Order Committee unhesitatingly linked organized labor to the crime. Although he was actually in charge of the bomb investigation, Swanson's name never appeared in the press. Charging that recent strikes in San Francisco had, logically terminated in the damnable outrage on Saturday. 4. The frame-up was thrown together rapidly. By July 26, a mere 5 days after the explosion, 5 people had been arrested without warrants. Thomas J. Mooney and his wife Rena, Warren K. Billings, Israel Weinberg, and Edward D. Nolan. 5. Tom Mooney, militant trade unionist. When Chamber of Commerce President Koster spoke at the meeting that gave birth to the San Francisco Law and Order Committee of that disease permeating the community, one of the most infectious elements he had in mind was a militant local trade union leader named Thomas J. Mooney. Tom Mooney was the eldest son of his Irish-born mother, Mary. His American-born father, Bernard Mooney, was a coal miner and one of the first organizers for the Knights of Labor. Tom Mooney became a self-educated militant trade unionist and socialist and advocate of industrial unionism and of the class struggle. He was also an uncompromising proponent for a change in the conservative labor leadership, an attitude that did little to endear him to most San Francisco union leaders. He joined the Socialist Party when he was 25, and gained some national attention as a speaker and fundraiser while traveling through the country with the Red Special, the campaign train of Eugene V. Debs in the presidential election of 1908.6. While Mooney held membership in the AFL Molders Union, he was also active for several months in the IWW, but resigned. In 1909, he settled in San Francisco, mainly to woo and marry Rena Herman, a local music teacher and socialist with whom he had fallen in love. Elected a delegate in 1912 to the International Molders Union Convention as a representative of the San Francisco local, Mooney fought for a militant industrial union that would unite not only skilled molders but all foundry workers. Although his proposal failed, it brought praise from William Z. Foster. 7. Soon after his return from the 1912 Molders Convention, Mooney volunteered to help the shoe workers in a strike against the San Francisco. Mooney, Debs wrote after the election, is one of the most active workers in the labor movement. He is absolutely honest and trustworthy and is filled with energy and ambition to better the class. Comrade Mooney is worthy of any position he may wish to hold in the labor movement, and I cheerfully commend him to the comrades and friends as one of the best types of the awakened American proletariat. International Socialist Review 10 May, 1910 1052. Firm of Frank and Hyman. There he met Warren K. Billings for the first time. The 20-year-old shoe worker had just arrived from the East, and when offered a job in a struck plant, had refused it. "I'm no strikebreaker," he said. The remark was overheard and carried to Mooney, then leading the strike against the shoe manufacturers. He asked to meet Billings, and hired him as an aide. 8. Between 1912 and 1913, Mooney worked to build the Syndicalist League of North America, founded by William Z. Foster to organize the militants, including Wobblies, to work inside the AFL for a progressive trade union program. Within 6 months, Mooney had chartered 4 locals among San Francisco iron workers. 9 together with Billings. Mooney also tried to help the electrical linemen on strike against the Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Billings was arrested in September 1913 on charges of transporting dynamite in a public conveyance, convicted and sentenced to a 2-year prison term. He always maintained that the explosives were planted by agents for the utility, and that he was not guilty. 2. Mooney was arrested 3 months later on a charge of illegal possession of explosives, but after 2 trials had ended in hung juries, he won an acquittal. 11 In the eyes of San Francisco's open shop employers, Mooney was a disease that had to be eradicated. This feeling was strengthened by his activity as secretary of the International Workers' Defense League, formed in 1912. Mooney worked indefatigably in defense of Richard, Blackie, Ford and Herman D. Sir, IWW leaders framed on a murder charge in the Wheatland strike, and on behalf of Joe Hill, the IWW songwriter, also framed on a murder charge in Utah and awaiting execution. 12. It is not difficult to understand why Frank P. Walsh, who studied the career of Tom Mooney very carefully, observed that Mooney, through 10 years of anti-employer activities, had become a persona non grata to industrial and civic authorities alike. 13. He might have added, and to conservative trade unionists as well. Mooney had made himself a hated figure among shoe, public utilities, and iron molding employers. In the spring of 1916, he was to add the powerful United Railroads to the list. The 2,000 carmen of the United Railroads had organized a union in 1901, but the company resisted and sought to destroy it by refusing to see Foner, 427-30 for the Syndicalist League. Asterisk, see Foner, Ibid. 263-76 for the case of Ford and Sir. For the case of Joe Hill, see Philip S. Foner, The Case of Joe Hill, New York, 1965. Despite worldwide protests, Joe Hill was executed in 1915. Negotiate. In the end, an agreement was reached that strikers would be rehired and that no discrimination would be practiced by the company. But in 1907, Patrick Calhoun, a bitter anti-unionist, became president of the United Railroads, and he launched a campaign to eliminate the union. On May 1, 1907, after negotiations between the United Railroads and the union broke down, a strike was called. Although the San Francisco and California labor movements supported the strike, the union lost and was eliminated by the company. Mooney pleaded with the San Francisco Labor Council to unionize the city's main streetcar system. He was especially persistent during the San Francisco World's Fair in 1915, arguing that the employers would not dare risk a strike while the world was watching the Bay City. But Mooney was opposed by the conservative labor leaders who said that a streetcar strike was out of the question because it would disrupt the World's Fair. To this, Mooney replied, "The British miners laid down their tools during a world war. But you're afraid to strike during a World's Fair." 14. In 1916, Mooney himself undertook the task of organizing the streetcar men of the United Railways. He did so with credentials as an organizer furnished by President W. D. Mahan of the Amalgamated Association of Street Railway Employees, who also asked the San Francisco Labor Council to give Mooney every assistance and encouragement. But the council leaders, who had no great love for the militant Mooney, were annoyed by the fact that he had failed to ask their permission to call a walkout, the usual practice followed by the unions of the city. 15. Nevertheless, Mooney went ahead, assisted by Rena and by Billings, who had been paroled after serving a little over a year and had been working as a bookkeeper. Despite his well-planned efforts, Mooney's attempt to organize the carmen of United Railways failed, but he refused to give up. Meanwhile, the business interests of the city were eager, as one report put it, to neutralize him. 16. Martin Swanson, the former Pinkerton operative and head of the newly organized Public Utilities Protective Bureau, a private detective agency that worked closely with the United Railroads, had Mooney under constant surveillance, waiting for an opportunity to frame him. 17. Mooney was regarded as increasingly dangerous by San Francisco busi. There are hundreds of cards of individual streetcar men with typed notations in the Thomas J. Mooney Papers, Bancroft Library, University of California, Berkeley. Notations included scabbed, and the date, doubtful, and good. This evidence of how carefully Mooney worked casts doubt on the conclusion of some labor historians that he was a good agitator but a poor organizer. Ness interests because, in addition to his militant union activities, he was a bitter opponent of militarism and preparedness. In the April 1916 issue of Blast, an anarchist paper published in San Francisco and edited by Alexander Berkman, Mooney denounced former San Francisco Labor Council President Andrew J. Gallagher for supporting preparedness. He also vigorously attacked the attempt of the Pacific Coast Defense League to establish military training in the public schools in the high grammar grades. 18. The frame up. In view of the foregoing, it is not difficult to understand why District Attorney Charles Fickert jumped at the chance to prosecute Mooney, the enemy of the United Railways, nor why Detective Swanson, who had been retained by local capitalists interested in public utilities, helped pin the bomb explosion on the troublesome Mooney, his wife Rena, his young associate Billings, and two of his friends, Israel Weinberg, a militant jitney driver, and Edward Nolan, a minor union official. Once Mooney, his wife, and his friends were apprehended, no attempt was made to search for alternative explanations for the outrage. 15 years later, a federal fact-finding group, the Wickersham Commission, concluded after a thorough study of the bombing case. There was never any scientific attempt made either by the police or the prosecution to discover the perpetrators of the crime. The investigation was in reality turned over to a private detective who used his position to cause the arrest of the defendants. The police investigation was reduced to a hunt for evidence to convict the arrested defendants. 19. The San Francisco police and the district attorney, aided by a private investigator whose employers had long wanted to get Mooney and Billings, proceeded to formulate a theory, based on no real evidence, in order to railroad these men to their death. To do this, they concealed from the grand jury evidence that proved the innocence of Mooney and his wife. On July 31st, the day before the grand jury met, Wade Hamilton, a local engineer, turned over to District Attorney Fickert's chief assistant, Edward Cunha, photographs he had taken on the roof adjoining that of the Eilers building on the afternoon of the parade. The photographs showed Mooney and his wife on the edge of the Eilers roof at the precise time, as revealed by a clock, when they were alleged to have been placing the suitcase containing the bomb against the wall at Stewart and Market Streets, more than a mile away. Atley suppressed photographs that would have destroyed its case against Tom Mooney, their main target. The police and the district attorney wanted a speedy conviction, and the grand jury obliged. Mooney, Rena, Billings, Weinberg, and Nolan were indicted for conspiracy among themselves and persons unknown to commit the act that had resulted in the deaths of 10 people and the wounding of many more. 21. The San Francisco press stirred public sentiment against the defendants by publishing, without any investigation, statements issued by the district attorney's office. To make matters worse, liberals, trade unionists, and even radicals in the Bay Area accepted as fact that Mooney and Billings were guilty. Even the libertarian Fremont Older, editor of the San Francisco Bulletin, refused to lift a finger for the defendants and swallowed whole the charges issued by Fickert. He expressed the general feeling of the establishment toward Mooney when he said, "Let the son of a bitch hang." 22. In this situation, Alexander Berkman revived the International Workers' Defense League for the support of the 5 indicted labor figures. He contacted the gifted cartoonist and journalist Robert Miner in Los Angeles. Miner was staying at the home of Upton Sinclair, and asked him to take up the case of the defendants. Miner accepted, quickly familiarized himself with the facts in the case, and wrote to Frank P. Walsh, the nationally famed attorney and former chairman of the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations, presenting his evaluation of the frame-up. He was convinced that Mooney had been singled out only because he had tried unsuccessfully to call out the United Railways workers, that Rena was being victimized for having supported her husband while he was organizing the workers, that Weinberg was involved in the case because he had been in sympathy with Mooney's organizing activities, Nolan because he had been chief of the pickets in a recent machinist strike, and Billings because of a previous conviction for carrying a suitcase with dynamite. 23. A native of Texas who left school at 14 and became a migratory worker and a wobbly. Robert Miner developed into one of the great American cartoonists. By 1911, when he turned 27, Miner, as the chief cartoonist on the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, was the highest-paid cartoonist in the United States. But when the New York World, for which he then worked, began to support preparedness in 1915, Miner, already a socialist, left a lucrative post to work as a cartoonist and journalist for the New York Call and the Masses. His savagely satirical anti-war, anti-imperialist, pro-labor cartoons became famous. The last underpinning of respect for the democratic, social organization was knocked out of me by the Mooney case, he wrote later. Daily U0RKER, Jan. 8, 1939. For a study of Robert Miner, including his contributions as a Communist Party leader, see Joseph North, Robert Miner, New York, 1956. The Pre-Trial Defense Appeal. Signing as treasurer of the International Workers' Defense League, Miner issued the first of scores of appeals for funds to unions across the country. He recounted the events leading up to the Preparedness Day parade, pointing out that organized labor was completely through with the affair before the day of the march, but that some individuals, fired by the wild propaganda for military violence, sent hundreds of warnings through the mail saying they would blow up the parade with a bomb. Organized labor, Miner wrote, had discovered this, and the trade unions had requested their followers to avoid any chance for such a thing to be laid at their door, by abstaining from all activity and treating the parade with silent contempt. This was done, but nevertheless a bomb did explode. Immediately the Chamber of Commerce, through its tools in public office, swooped down on its most hated enemies in organized labor's ranks. After explaining why the 5 defendants were selected to be framed, Miner noted, 5 conspicuous enemies of the employers were thus caught and apparently doomed. The prisoners are in the hands of men who consider labor unionism in itself a crime. They are now proving this by making peaceful picketing a prison offense. We are not defending bomb throwers, but innocent men, Miner's appeal concluded. They will be executed practically without a trial if we don't get the money to defend them. 24. Unfortunately, there was little response. Billings sentenced. The trial of Warren K. Billings began in September 1916. There were 2 main witnesses for the prosecution, Estelle Smith and John MacDonald. Smith testified that she had seen Billings with the suitcase containing the bomb and saw him place it against the wall. Later, the witness, described in the press as a demure, young dental assistant, was proved to be a prostitute and a chronic liar, and to have been involved in a previous murder case. She recanted her testimony in installments and then recanted her recantations. This is a reference to the fact that shortly after the bombing, the Law and Order Committee began circulating an initiative petition to place an anti-picketing ordinance on the November ballot. Full-page ads were run in all papers charging that picketing was an instrument of violence. It is un-American. It hurts a city by bad advertisement, leads to crime, and does labor no good. On November 7, 1916, the most heavily unionized city in the United States voted in landslide proportions to make picketing a crime. Kurt Gentry, frame up. The Incredible Case of Tom Mooney and Lauren Billings, New York, 1967, page .172. John MacDonald, a watchman and itinerant waiter, pointed his finger at Billings and said, "That's one of the men I saw with the suitcase." Later he was proved to be a narcotics addict. He signed a full confession, admitting to having been coached in perjury by Fickert, Swanson, and others, 25. Thus, District Attorney Fickert knowingly put together a case against Billings based entirely on false testimony. Moreover, such was the atmosphere of hysteria that the defense made no impression, while the testimony of the witnesses who perjured themselves was believed. In his summation at the Billings trial, Fickert asked that this cowardly hyena, this contemptible criminal, be found guilty of first-degree murder. Billings was convicted of second-degree murder, and because of an earlier felony conviction, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Folsom Prison. Billings believed that the request of the prosecution for a sentence of life imprisonment was intended to pressure him to confess and name Mooney as his co-conspirator, in return for clemency. 26. California labor's indifference. In a letter to the San Francisco Labor Council on October 1, 1916, Billings insisted he had been convicted on perjured testimony and pleaded for support for the other defendants and for his own appeal of the verdict and sentence. 21. The letter was turned over to the California State Federation of Labor, meeting in convention, and to it was added a resolution adopted by District Number 689 of the International Association of Machinists, Nolan's Union. The resolution called for the full support of organized labor on the ground that all 5 defendants were being prosecuted because of their activities in past labor wars in and about San Francisco, such as the Pacific General and Electrical Strike, and an attempted strike on the United Railroad. Therefore, the petition concluded, this was a labor case and should be treated as such. 28. The Resolutions Committee of the California State Federation of Labor challenged the resolution's thesis, stating that no one at this time is attempting to connect labor with the bomb outrage, and although statements were made in San Francisco that the outrage was the culmination of a series of crimes by organized labor, so well was our position defined and our policies defended and explained that attacks on us along that line have ceased. 29. The report of the Resolutions Committee produced a long debate on the convention floor. Hugo Ernst, later to become the president of the Hotel and Restaurant Union, and at the time a representative of the San Francisco waiters, led the fight against the report. It was defended by Mike Case of the San Francisco Teamsters, Thomas Tracy of the Printers, and Paul Scharnberg, Secretary of the State Federation. The report of the Resolutions Committee was overwhelmingly adopted, 38,196 to 4,226. Thus, the California labor leaders had made their position clear: the Mooney-Billings frame-up was not a labor case. Perhaps the most difficult blow was the refusal of Local 164 of the International Molders Union of North America, of which Tom Mooney was a member, to endorse the appeal of Mooney and his wife for funds to aid them in their forthcoming trials. Tom Mooney Molders Defense Committee had sent this appeal to locals of the International, but failure to obtain the approval of Local 164 had resulted in a comparatively small response. On October 23, 1916, the Tom Mooney Molders Defense Committee distributed a second appeal, this time signed by Mooney himself. Mooney made his position on the bomb explosion crystal clear. 10 innocent people were killed and 30 more seriously injured, he wrote. It was the most cowardly and heinous crime ever committed in this country, and if Billings did it, or anyone else who did it, they should be hanged, and not sentenced to life imprisonment, as was Billings. After describing the perjured testimony in the Billings trial, Mooney informed the Molders local union. My trial is set for October 30th, and the powers of the vultures represented in the Chamber of Commerce, the United Railroads and the Pacific Gas and Electric Company are out to get me. I have been a member of the IMU of NA. In good standing for 14 years, and I and my co-defendants are in jail today because of our activities in the labor movement. The 5 accused are some of the most aggressive fighters in labor's cause, and that is the reason we have been victimized. 30. Mooney's new appeal produced no better response. This is not a labor case, the San Francisco Labor Clarion explained in reporting the trade union's lack of interest in the Mooney-Billings frame-up. 3 inches. The trial was postponed to January 1917. Mooney believed that a major reason for the failure of a response to the appeals was that brother J.E. Dillon, in addition to being financial secretary of Local 164, is an assistant in District Attorney Fickert's office, as bond and warrant clerk. Brother Michael Roche, treasurer of Local 164, was an assistant district attorney under Fickert for a few years until he was promoted in politics. Brother R. W. Burton, business agent of Local 164, along with brothers Dillon and Roche, helped to elect Fickert. This situation continued to make it impossible to obtain Local 164's endorsement of the appeal for funds. Tom Mooney too. Dear Sirs and Brothers, San Francisco, October 23, 1916. Copy in Papers of Mother Mary Harris. Jones, Department of Archives and Manuscripts, Catholic University of America Library. The labor movement begins to respond. Fortunately, the labor movement outside of California was less indifferent immediately after the sentence was imposed upon Billings. The International Workers' Defense League put the trade unions throughout the nation on notice that, not since the Haymarket tragedy of 1886 has a more deadly blow been struck at the labor movement, and never has justice been so brazenly outraged as by the conviction and sentence of life imprisonment passed upon Warren K. Billings. The sentence, the appeal continued, was a victory for the open shop employers, but only temporarily. We are determined, and we believe every Unionite in America is with us, to repeal this verdict, and save the others from the legal lynching mapped out for them by the law and order employers. These, our brothers, must be rescued from the gallows, and we must have funds to do it. San Francisco is but the first battlefield of a national attack on organized labor. We must win the fight. Hold mass meetings, collect funds, and do everything you possibly can do it now. Funds should be rushed immediately to Robert Miner, Treasurer, 210 Russ Building, San Francisco, Cal. 32. The appeal received a stimulus when the Literary Digest of October 14, 1916 featured a resume of the events in the case. Mooney himself felt that anyone reading the piece would clearly see the nature of the frame-up, since it presented both sides of the bomb cases, and he recommended it be distributed to trade unions. 33. Whatever the reason, not long after Billings' sentence, the labor movement in the Midwest and East began to respond. In Chicago, a meeting organized with the assistance of Lucy Robbins heard Big Bill Haywood, William Z. Foster, James Larkin, and Alexander Berkman urged the launching of a campaign to defend Mooney and the others. After this, the Chicago Mooney Defense Committee was formally organized. 34 in New York City, the United Hebrew Trades, unions of the fur workers, ladies and men's clothing workers and other unions jointly called a mass meeting in Carnegie Hall to protest California's big business conspiracy. When the Hebrew Institute learned that Berkman was to be one of the speakers, it withdrew its offer of a hall, refusing to let its facilities be used by an anarchist, especially one who had spent 14 years in prison for attempting to assassinate Henry Clay Frick of Carnegie. Steel during the Homestead Strike of 1892. The meeting was held in a hall above an Irish saloon on North Clark Street after James Larkin convinced the owners that Mooney was being persecuted because he was Irish. Chicago Tribune, November 28, 29, 1916. For the Haymarket Affair, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States 2, New York, 1955, 105-14. For the Homestead Strike, see Ibid. pp. 206-18. December 2, 1916, a mammoth crowd heard Frank P. Walsh, Max Eastman, editor of the Socialist Monthly Masses, Max Pine, secretary of the United Hebrew Trades, Arturo Giovannitti, poet and Lou leader, and Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, anarchists active in the defense movement. Writing in the Masses, John Reed noted that over $1,000 was raised at the meeting, and commented, "His Honor the District Attorney doesn't yet realize that the labor movement of the United States has passed the stage where its champions can be slaughtered with impunity." 35. Not only were Mooney defense committees established in many cities, but a National Defense Council was organized to aid the accused. Working with Mooney, Robert Minor published the first pamphlet in the case, The Frame-Up System, Story of the San Francisco Bomb. By the time Mooney's trial started, contributions to the defense were averaging $3,500 per month. 36 Still, Mooney felt that much more had to be done. Addressing Mother Jones, anywhere in the United States, on December 28, 1916, Mooney thanked her for her aid, which was in itself great encouragement to me and my co-defendants, but complained that the case had not received the publicity it deserved in the labor movement. He urged, "Make an effort in every locality to get the different labor papers to take up the news of our trials and the case in general. Get all of the central labor bodies to endorse our fight." 37. Mooney sentenced to death. Mooney was brought to trial on January 3, 1917, after his case had been totally prejudiced by a hostile press. The defendant did not hold out much hope that he would receive either a fair trial or a fair verdict. "I have just been informed," he wrote to Mother Jones on December 28, 1916, "that the court has ordered drawn 200 names from the regular jury panel box, which contains the full list of names that are thrown into it each year by the different judges. This is not much of an improvement over the Billings selection, and the ones drawn are no better than those that convicted Billings. They are tools of the police, prosecutors, and the judges, and ready and willing tools of the corporations against labor men, on trial for their activities in the labor movement." 38. Mooney had hoped to persuade Frank P. Walsh to take on his case as defense attorney. Walsh had met Mooney and had been impressed by his, for Mother Jones' work in the Mooney defense campaign. See Philip S. Foner, Mother Jones Speaks, New York, 1983, pp. 301, 613-23. Mooney addressed Mother Jones, any where in the United States, because the 76-year-old militant was constantly on the move organizing workers, especially miners. Sincerity and devotion to the working class, and was convinced that he was innocent of the crime. However, he told Mooney that he could not undertake the defense, because he had committed himself to campaign actively for President Wilson's re-election, and this would absorb the greatest portion of his time during the fall of 1916. Also, he had neglected his law practice during the 2 years he had spent as chairman of the Commission on Industrial Relations, and he felt it necessary to stay with his current clients. 39. Although unable or unwilling to take on Mooney's legal defense in the courts, Walsh was influential in obtaining the services of the highly paid and well-known W. Burke Cochran. The famous New York lawyer agreed to serve as Mooney's counsel after reading the Billings transcript given to him by Alexander Berkman, following which he declared he had never seen so gross and monstrous a travesty of justice. Cochran was so moved by the extent of the conspiracy against Mooney that he offered to take the case without fee. 40. The defense had been tipped off by an anonymous letter from a policeman about the prosecution's possession of the photographs that had been taken during the Preparedness Day parade by Wade Hamilton. The pictures, it will be recalled, showed the Mooneys and others on the roof of the Eilers building, and they included the clock of a nearby building. Although the pictures of the clock were deliberately kept fuzzy by the prosecution to obscure the exact time, the defense was able to prove that Mooney and his wife had been on the roof of the Eilers building at 1:58, 2:01, and 2:04 of the afternoon of the parade, rather than at the scene of the bomb explosion. 41. But the frame-up continued in the face of this evidence. John McDonald had testified during the Billings trial that Mooney was at Stewart and Market Streets, a mile and a quarter away, at 2 o'clock, but he readily changed his testimony at Mooney's trial to accommodate the clock evidence. He stated now that he had seen Mooney at 20 minutes to 2. But it was the prosecution's surprise witness, Frank Oxman, the honest cattleman, from Oregon, whose testimony was instrumental in sending Mooney to a San Quentin death cell. Oxman positively identified Mooney as one of the men whom he had seen depositing the suitcase at the place of the explosion. The honest cattleman was later found to be both a perjurer and a subomer of perjury. 42. Mooney was convicted of first-degree murder. On February 24, 1917, he was sentenced to be hanged. The motion for a new trial was overruled by Judge Franklin A. Griffin, who refused to allow Mooney to make a statement. Condemned to be hung on May 17, 1917, he did make his statement to the American people in a release issued by the International Workers' Defense. In it, Mooney declared that if he had been able to speak to the jury, he would have asked them if they had reached their verdict on the basis of the testimony of MacDonald and Oxman, even though each contradicted the other. He would have shouted out to the jury that his death and that of all of the other defendants cannot hinder nor give pause to the movement to which it has been our lot to give whatever we may have had of energy and devotion. I wanted to laugh at the fatuous blindness of those who hope to smother the cry for justice within prison walls or strangle it with the hangman's noose. Mooney concluded. I am under sentence of death. Whatever may be the legal equivocation, the crime of which I have actually been convicted is not that of having thrown a bomb into a throng of innocent people, which included my wife's brother-in-law, to whom we are both tenderly attached, but that of having striven with what strength I had for the alleviation of the industrial wrongs that labor has suffered and the establishment of the rights which naturally belong to labor. I do not believe, I cannot believe that because I have thus adhered to the duty and exercised the simple privilege of a human being, I must meet death on the gallows. The fury engendered by industrial strife may defeat justice in a given locality, but so deeply embedded in the hearts of the people is the desire of justice that it must inevitably find expression in a court of review. In that faith I am content. 43. California Labor Acts. After the sentencing and the refusal by Judge Griffin to grant a new trial, Cochran wrote to Mooney assuring him that he was confident that the appalling judicial crime committed against you will never be allowed to reach the consummation which induced the perpetrators to plan it. To prevent it, he wrote, it was necessary to convince the American people, and especially the labor movement, that we are in the presence of another Dreyfus case, the only difference being that the object of the French perversion of legal procedure to the perpetration of the very crimes which courts are organized to prevent, was exclusion by force and threats of force of Jews from the army, while the object of your prosecution for a crime repugnant to every element of your nature is to drive laborers from organizing, by killing of a man who has had the temerity to form unions for their own protection. 44. There was mounting evidence that the labor movement was beginning to understand this, and for the first time labor on the West Coast became involved. On February 12, 1917, the Central Labor Council of Alameda County adopted resolutions denouncing the verdicts in the Billings and Mooney trials as part of a conspiracy of the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce to disrupt the organization of labor on the coast and make it impossible for working people to band themselves together for the purpose of self-protection and better conditions. The convictions of Billings and Mooney were nothing less than an attempt to disrupt labor on the coast, thereby threatening the life, liberty and purposes of the entire labor movement of this continent. 45. At the same time, the San Francisco Labor Council affirmed its belief in the innocence of Thomas J. Mooney and his company defendants, and pledged them our aid in their efforts to secure justice. Copies of the resolutions were forwarded to the labor and daily press, but not a single San Francisco commercial paper published the resolutions adopted by either the Alameda County or the San Francisco Central Labor Councils. 46. In a report written by George P. West, after a field investigation, the Committee on Industrial Relations declared that organized labor understood that Mooney and Billings were victims of a frame-up which was part of a campaign to crush trade unionism in the Pacific Coast metropolis. Convinced that the two men in jail were not guilty, organized labor has lined up solidly to fight the case to a finish. 47. The finish, as we shall see in detail in our subsequent volumes, was a long, long time in coming. In those volumes, we will deal with the struggle to free Mooney and Billings as it developed over the years until final victory was achieved in 1939. Here we will concern ourselves with the campaign to save Mooney's life. Saving Mooney. Although he knew he faced overwhelming odds, Mooney continued to fight for his life from his jail cell. He knew that if he was to deny Fickert and the Law and Order Committee the pleasure of hanging him, he would need more than the legal process. Public pressure had to be mobilized. The first real impact of such pressure occurred not in the United States but abroad. As Mooney sat on death row, Russian workers in Petrograd, led by V.I. Lenin took up the campaign and gave it international dimensions, as they paraded outside the United States Embassy, chanting, "Muni! Muni! U.S." Ambassador David R. Francis was mystified until he was informed that they were protesting the conviction of Tom Mooney in California, 9,000 miles away. Through Ambassador Francis, President Wilson learned of the protests. At the same time, newspapers and magazines in the United States began publishing reports from correspondents in Russia about the Mooney agitation in that country. And the press reported, too, that the agitation was spreading to Rome, Paris, London, and other European cities. 48. In the United States, a movement for a general strike to achieve the release from prison of Mooney and Billings swept the ranks of organized labor during the spring of 1917. Joining in the movement was the Seattle Union Card and Label League, composed of the wives of trade unionists. They prepared to join the trade unions of Seattle in response to a call from the Central Labor Union for a general strike on May 1, 1917 in the event that Mooney and Billings were not unconditionally released by then and the charges against the other defendants dropped. Edith Love, president of the League, explained, "Perhaps no one has ever before heard of housewives going on strike, and we sincerely hope we will be saved the necessity of such action in the frame-up case. But I voice the sentiments of all the members when I state that no work will be done in the homes of League members on that day if the conditions are not met with. We believe that no union man would expect his wife to do otherwise." 49. Gompers, however, opposed the general strike demand. He realized that such a strike might be dangerous to the effort to mobilize labor support for the Allies, and he now considered this labor's first priority. The opposition of the AFL leadership caused cancellation of the plans for a general strike, but Gompers did join in putting pressure on President Wilson, the State Department, and other federal agencies for some action to save Mooney's life, pointing out that Mooney was regarded in the United States and Europe as a martyr to capitalistic interests and designs. The pressure built to such an extent that on May 11, 1917, 6 days before Mooney's scheduled execution, President Wilson sent a telegram to California Governor William D. Stevens urging him, in view of certain international aspects which the case has assumed, to commute Mooney's sentence, or at least suspending its execution until the charges of perjury lodged. The New York Call observed that it took a demonstration led by Nikolai Lenin, a Russian radical, to call attention of the U.S. government to the impending execution of an innocent American labor leader. The New Republic observed, "Is it not a remarkable commentary upon the attitude of the American press toward labor that one of the most important and dramatic events in the history of organized labor in America should have come to the attention of American newspaper readers through a mass meeting in Nevsky Prospect?" New York Call, April 2, 1917, New Republic, April 9, 1917, p. 14. For a different view of events in Russia, see Gentry, Op. Cit. Page .216. Against the witnesses in the case are judicially probed to the bottom. Stevens wired the president the same day that Mooney's sentence was stayed indefinitely, by appeal pending in the state Supreme Court. Mooney's appeal in the courts automatically suspended the date of execution. 52. Wilson's reference to the charges of perjury applied to all the key witnesses against Mooney. Almost immediately after Mooney's conviction, evidence came to light that was sufficient to establish misconduct on the part of the prosecution and its witnesses. In April 1917, Andrew Furseth of the Sailors' Union of the Pacific visited Fremont Older of the San Francisco Bulletin. He told Older he had seen letters written by F. C. Oxman to his friend, Ed Riggle, a disreputable character who was urged to come west from Grayville, Illinois in order to corroborate Oxman's testimony in a big case. Oxman promised Riggle that, in addition to having a pleasant trip to California, he would be well paid for committing perjury, as he himself could personally testify. After Older had checked this information and was convinced that Oxman had admitted writing the frame-up letters. He published the correspondence in his newspaper and began to devote himself to the Mooney defense. In the face of this new evidence, Judge Griffin, who had presided at Mooney's trial, appealed to Attorney General Webb of California for a new trial. Immediately, the Chamber of Commerce of San Francisco inserted full-page advertisements in the press, denouncing Older and urging all good citizens to stand by the prosecution. 53. After months of deliberation, on September 11 the Supreme Court of California refused to intercede, insisting that it was bound by the official record in the case and therefore could not admit new evidence. Oxman was tried, and, as anticipated, acquitted of the charge of perjury on September 21, 1917. After the Supreme Court of California had rejected Mooney's appeal, a new date for Mooney's execution was set. New pressure from the United States and Europe was exerted upon President Wilson to intercede again. The President appointed a mediation commission, composed of representatives of both labor and management, to look into the case while it was studying the causes of labor unrest. The commission's legal representative was a young Harvard law professor named Felix Frankfurter. The commission was appalled by its findings, and in its unanimous report, written by Frankfurter, recommended that President Wilson use his good offices to invoke action by the Governor of California and the cooperation of its prosecuting officers to the end that a new trial may be had for Mooney whereby guilt or innocence may be put to the test of unquestionable justice. This result can easily be accomplished by postponing the execution of the sentence of Mooney to wait the outcome of a new trial under one of the untried indictments against him. 55. On January 22, 1918, again noting that the case has assumed international importance, President Wilson asked Governor Stevens to postpone the execution of the sentence of Mooney until he can be tried upon one of the other indictments against him in order to give full weight and consideration to the important changes which I understand have taken place in the evidence against him. This time Governor Stevens did not even bother to reply. 56 later, however, faced with the prospect of 500 AFL-sponsored mass meetings scheduled for July 28, 1918, the second anniversary of Mooney's arrest, Stevens announced that he had granted a postponement of Mooney's execution until December 13. 57. After further intercessions from the White House urging that Mooney's sentence be commuted, stressing that this would have a heartfelt effect upon certain international affairs, and after a second federal investigation known as the Deansmore Report turned up further serious irregularities in Fickert's conduct of the case, Governor Stevens complied with President Wilson's request. On the evening of November 28, 1918 Thanksgiving Day angrily conceding that the propaganda in his Mooney's behalf had been so effective as to become worldwide, Stevens announced that he had commuted Thomas J. Mooney's sentence to life imprisonment. 58 inches I demand a new and a fair trial or my unconditional liberty through a pardon, wrote Mooney angrily to Governor Stevens. If I were guilty of the crime for which I have been unjustly convicted, hanging would be too good for me. Then why commute my sentence to life? 59. The frame-up continues. Although President Wilson, the President's Mediation Commission, the labor movement in the United States and abroad, and Mooney himself asked for a retrial, Governor Stevens refused to yield to these requests. 5 successive governors of California also refused to either act on the requests or to pardon Mooney. Tom Mooney's life had been saved, but, yielding again and again to the open shop employers, official California kept Mooney and Billings behind bars for more than 2 decades. Despite the complete destruction of the credibility of the prosecution witnesses, despite the transparent emptiness of the case against Mooney, despite the strong condemnation of the proceedings in the Mooney case by President Herbert Hoover's National Commission on Law Observance and Enforcement, better known as the Wickersham Commission, the governors refused to act. 60. The state of California would not release a man it viewed as a dangerous radical, a symbol of the militant working class. It took 23 years to free a man who had been convicted on clearly perjured evidence in a hysterical atmosphere that made a farce of due process. It was Culbert L. Olson, California's first New Deal governor, who pardoned Mooney in January 1939. Even then, Billings, whose sentence was only commuted in 1939, did not receive a full pardon until 1961.